home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Josh Hennig here on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM. The 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We are streaming live as always on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN. We finally have good news to share about the Philadelphia Eagles. What a concept. We will also be keeping you updated throughout the day on the women's U.S. versus Canada hockey game for the gold medal at the Olympics. We will preview tomorrow's game with the U.S. in the semifinals with Kevin Durso from 97.3 ESPN.com. Coming up later this evening at 5:25. Don't forget, an extended edition of Nick's Nuggets today, starting at 4:30 on 97.3 ESPN. Nick Earnshaw joining me for that one, but two segments today. Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers, he's going to join us coming up at 2:30 as we are talking who and what are the Sixers coming out of the All-Star break. And then Andrew DeCecco joins us for football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast at 4 p.m. And we will start with the big news. Folks can join the conversation on the text board at 609-403-0973 as we have had a very strange offseason, right? This has not been your typical, traditional Eagles offseason, right? And today we finally got some good news, some breaking news. If you haven't seen it, go to our website, 973ESPN.com. I have deeper details into the news, but we're going to recap some of it here, which is we now know that at least two of the Eagles' starting linemen will be back for the 2026 season. Initially reported by Jeff McClain, later confirmed by Lane Johnson himself on social media, Lane Johnson will return for the 2026 NFL season. A couple hours later, Eagles insider and NFL reporter Derek Gunn, he reports Landon Dickerson will be back for the 2026 season. And it really is wild that a month ago from today, we were dealing with rumors that Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson and Vic Fangio could all be retiring. Now, a month later, they're all back, they're all in, they're all committed for 2026. Now, it's to me more than just the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles have this impeccable winning versus losing record when it comes to Lane Johnson. It's the fact that Lane Johnson, he just doesn't give up. He doesn't have sacks. He has been one of the most dependable, reliable people for this team. According to StatMuse, the Philadelphia Eagles have a 65.8 winning percentage when Lane Johnson starts a game and a 40% winning percentage when they lose a game. But it's also the fact that Lane Johnson is frankly putting together a Hall of Fame career. And when you look at him, you realize that when we have all these conversations about who are the greatest Eagles of all time, and there's a lot of names to mention, right? Tommy McDonald, Chuck Bednarik, Harold Carmichael. Brian Dawkins, Reggie White, Jason Kelsey. There's a lot of great players who have played for this franchise. But you could argue that Lane Johnson is as important, if not more, than the rest of those guys. The Philadelphia Eagles have literally had success when he plays and literally don't when he doesn't play. He has become one of the most irreplaceable people in all of Philadelphia sports. So, now that he's back, what do we read into it? Well, I read a couple things into it. One, I think the speculation about his relationship or his loyalty or his whatever you want to call it with Jeff Stoutland may have been exaggerated. I'm not saying he hates Jeff Stoutland or he doesn't like Jeff or any of that stuff. I'm not, don't get it twisted, okay? But what I am saying is I kind of look at the situation now as for Lane, maybe the whole Stoutland staying or going was not as, it didn't shake him in the way that it shook Jordan Mailata, who wouldn't talk to anyone in the media for half the day at Media Row a couple weeks ago, and then suddenly got his composure enough to go on a different media platform to talk about it. So for a team like the Eagles, getting Lane Johnson back might have been the biggest and best news of the entire offseason. Now you can move forward with Sean Mannion and his new offense, knowing that even at 36 years old, Lane Johnson is still better than at minimum 90% of NFL tackles. The man still has the footwork. He still has the ability. He still has the brute strength. And we overlooked the fact that this past year was the fewest games that Lane has played in a season since 2020. That means that Lane Johnson played almost every game from 2021 to 2024. And frankly, you could argue that if that Liz Frank injury had been, if he would have sustained that injury earlier in the season than in November, he might have been back for the postseason. Now, he doesn't just have several weeks of recovery at the end of the season. He doesn't just have now the ramp up of the offseason. He has now several months to get back to being Lane Johnson that we know and love. And that is a huge peace of mind for the quarterback, Jalen Hurts. That is a huge part of what Sean Mannion needs to run his offense, which is a West Coast style offense that does a lot of getting the ball in the playmaker's hands. Lane Johnson coming back changes everything to the positive for the Eagles. Now, the Landon Dickerson thing is very interesting to me because I do want to read the exact verbiage of what Derek Gunn reported. Now, there are other people reporting it as well, but he was the first one that I saw report it. And I think the verbiage of what D. Gunn said is very, very important, which is, quote, despite his frustrations with health issues, Landon Dickerson is planning to return for the 2026 season, ... per source. Now, I'm not trying to hyper decipher this, but I am trying to draw a parallel because while the Lane Johnson thing was very cut and dry and very straightforward about his return, this Dickerson thing is a little bit more, shall I call it, nuanced. So let's look into this a little bit deeper. But if you're watching on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN, you will see the actual report from Derek Gunn. Dickerson is planning to return. And it's not a 100%. He is ramped up and ready to go. He can't wait for the 2026 season. It's a, despite his frustrations, despite the health issues, Landon Dickerson is now preparing for a return to the field in 2026. People forget that this is a man who has dealt with multiple knee surgeries over the last several years. He has had ankle issues, back issues. He is going to be one of those guys when he is like 50 years old. He is not going to be walking as well as you and me are. This guy has taken such a beating, so much damage, so much wear and tear on his body. And he's 10 years younger than Lane Johnson. Lane, for the most of his career, has been relatively healthy. Landon Dickerson has been injured relatively most of his life. That's a huge difference there. The way I'm reading into this, based on some of the previous reporting out there and adding in what Derek Gunn is saying, it sounds to me that basically Landon Dickerson is saying, look, I'll keep playing as long as my body can recover and I'm good to go. But I think it's fair to say that the moment, the day, whenever it comes, a year from now, 3 years from now, that Landon Dickerson sustains another serious injury, he's retiring. You don't think about retirement at his age if his body was not as banged up as reports say it is. Again, for me, I go back to initially when he was in college, when he had serious knee surgeries on both knees in college. Part of the reason why I went from Florida State to Alabama, part of the reason why he kicked in from guard to center was because of those injuries, because of those surgeries. You've heard Brian Baldinger. He joined Mike Gill in the Sports Bash a couple of years ago here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill Thursday. Brian Baldinger himself came out and said, if Landon didn't have all the injuries, he would have been a surefire first-round pick. Eagles got him in the second. And he has been a key player for that O-line to help lead the way to 2 Super Bowl appearances and 1 championship win. So for the Eagles, getting Landon Dickerson back, getting the band back together, shall we call it, is a huge, huge deal. Because now you can proceed with the rest of the to-do list and not worry about left guard and right tackle. Now, you still might worry a little bit about right guard and how you're going to handle that, because I think Tyler Steen proved last year that he might not be adequate for that position for the Eagles. Now, you guys have heard my theory. Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. The White Horse RV text board is open at 609-403-0973. My theory has been I would actually like to see the Eagles sign another center. Tyler Linderbaum, the former center for the Ravens. I love to see the Eagles sign him and then kick Juergens back out the right guard. That's at least what I would do. But the Eagles' list of to-dos and list of needs goes from being a mile long to now being a tenth of a mile long. Now, it doesn't solve the does he stay or does he go with A.J. Brown? It doesn't solve the reality that you still need more pass rush. You still need a number 2 corner. You got to make a decision about safety. But now at least you have peace of mind when it comes to two of the most important players on this team. I think we could all agree that Dickerson and Johnson are two of the most important players for the Philadelphia Eagles. We will check in on the text board in just a bit at 609-403-0973, the Whitehorse RV text board. Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV. The other bit of news that kind of dropped in the last 24 hours was this wild podcast that came out. Now, it's not a player podcast, but it was a podcast from Yahoo Sports' Kevin O'Connor. And Kevin O'Connor is kind of famous or infamous, depending on who you ask, about being a guy who is very data-driven. So a lot of his interviews are with people that I'm not always interested in listening to. But he had Drew Hanlon on. For those who don't know, Drew Hanlon is the personal trainer, skill savant, whatever you want to call him, for Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Kelly Oubre. So he is of major, major significance to the 76ers. Now, he's been working with Joel Embiid for a very long time, and he's been working with Tyrese Maxey for a few years now. But the real interesting thing is that Hanlon, he really revealed a lot of things in this pod. I'm looking forward to talking with Paul Hudrick about this. We're going to get into the full audio coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to go really deep into what Hanlon had to say. But one of the sound bites that I wanted to play for you before we get to Paul Hudrick that I think was very interesting was this part from Drew Hanlon where he talks about Joel Embiid and this is my interpretation. Basically, Joel Embiid has decided I'm no longer going to play through injuries.
He's bought into something this year that he's never done in the past. In the past, if he was 50%, he was still playing. He was a warrior. He was a competitor. He was like, if I can play physically, I'm going to play. So then he arrived at the playoffs banged up. This year, he's taken more of an approach of, if I'm not healthy, I'm not playing.
That is a very, very fascinating angle on the Joel Embiid stuff. Because we have heard other people who cover the Sixers report about the reality that Joel Embiid has at times needed to be protected from himself. That there have been people in the organization that have had to basically take Joel aside and say, Joel, we love you, but you're not going to play. And then Joel basically turn around and be like, I'm playing. I can get on the court. My team needs me. I think it's very, very interesting that this is the year that he decides I'm not going to do that anymore. And I wonder, is that because he sees Maxey and Edgecombe and says, I don't have to? Or was this purely my body just can't take this punishment anymore? I need to stop abusing myself. Now, I don't venture to act like I understand everything about Joel Embiid. I think there's a lot of nuance when it comes to him that is unpopular conversation for a lot of sports talk fans. Because a lot of sports talk fans, especially Philly sports fans, I would say it's Philly sports, New York sports, like the diehard sports markets, we'll call it. The diehard sports market is the market that looks at a guy and comes up with a lot of presumptions. And I do think it's interesting that Drew Hanlon spent as much time talking about Embiid that he did, because it goes to show you that Joel Embiid is not just a hot item of conversation among fans, among people who are talking to you on 97.3 ESPN, myself, Mike Gill, Billy Schweim, Nick Earnshaw. But it's also something that Drew Hanlon has a lot of feelings and thoughts about. And the podcast is actually very interesting. If you're a basketball diehard, you will actually love this podcast. But here's more what Drew Hanlon said about Joel Embiid in the past, playing through the injuries and why he's no longer doing that.
People panic. They're like, Joel Embiid's out, and they're like texting me, and he's like, oh no, is he seriously hurt? I'm like, no, he's just not 100%, and so he's not going to push his body to a place where he has in the past. And in the past, people have no idea. People know all the surgeries. People know all the injuries. People have no idea the amount of pain that he's played through just to try to give his team a chance to win.
Again, another fascinating angle from his trainer, Drew Hanlon, saying, look, this is a guy who's not going to play anymore if he's in pain. And what's interesting is that the news story that came out yesterday, I wrote about it at 973ESPN.com last night, about how, why is he missing tonight's game? Shin soreness. Now, on the surface, you roll your eyes and say, great, another injury for Joel Embiid. But when you step back, you realize that this might be a symptom of Joel Embiid's health issues. Because remember, or you might not know this, I shouldn't say remember, you may not know this, but if you have knee surgery, if you have a knee injury, you may overcompensate walking after the injury. There might be scar tissue built up in the area that you had the surgical incision. And so those are just two examples of how someone who had knee surgeries and knee injuries may have now a inflammatory issue with their shin. Now, I'm not a doctor. I did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I'm telling you right now, this is part of the bigger injury picture. And that's why I'm excited to have Paul Hudrick joining us coming up here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, because if we are at the point where Joel Embiid is saying, I'm not going to play through pain anymore in the regular season, I need to get to the postseason in order to be the best version of myself for my team, for themselves to win a championship. Do we applaud him for that? Do we dislike him for that? Do we look at Joel Embiid and be like, come on, man, you need to grow up. Just go out there and play. Or do we say, you know what, good. Don't spend a bunch of extra time playing when you shouldn't be. Get healthy. We'll talk about with Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers coming up on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Olympic hockey update, second period. United States versus Canada for the gold medal. Canada scored a shorthand goal a little bit earlier. It is 1-0 Canadians in the matchup. Again, 7:30 left in the second period. We will keep you updated throughout the day of how the gold medal match is going, as well as we will get you ready for tomorrow's semifinal for U.S. hockey when Kevin Durso joins us here on the Sports Bash at 425 on 97.3 ESPN. And again, we'll get to the text board a little bit later this hour. 609-403-0973. The Whitehorse RV text board is where you join the conversation. You also can comment on our YouTube channel at 973 ESPN. And you can listen as well on the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. More Sixers talk with Paul Hudrick coming up next on 973 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
on 97.3 ESPN.
People panic. They're like, Joel Embiid's out, and they're like texting me, and he's like, oh, no, is he seriously hurt? I'm like, no, he's just not 100%, and so he's not going to push his body to a place where he has in the past. And, in the past, people have no idea. People know all the surgeries. People know all the injuries. People have no idea the amount of pain that he's played through just to try to give his team a chance to win.
That's Drew Hanlon. He was on the Kevin O'Connor podcast on Yahoo Sports. It's actually a very insightful podcast. If you're a basketball junkie, I definitely recommend people watching the whole pod. But he made some interesting revelations about Joel Embiid, that he's played through so many injuries that he basically didn't practice almost for a couple of years at one point. That this is a guy who's like, I'm done coming back if I'm only 50%. So what does that mean for him, the future of the 76ers? Paul Hudrick is joining us right now from Liberty Ballers here on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, Paul, look at us. We're both wearing glasses today. How's it going?
It's going, Josh. How's it going with you, man?
I always tell people, if you see me wearing glasses, you know it's been a long day or week. So that's always my my little thing. I don't know how it is for you, but
Similar, yeah.
Gotcha. So I mean, the Drew Hanlon thing, I think, is where I want to start, because when that first dropped, I forget what time it dropped yesterday. It all blurs together, but it was, you're kind of like listening to him talk, and it's like he's basically painting a picture, Paul, that Joel Embiid has basically been playing hurt most of the time, and that Joel Embiid has decided, I'm done playing hurt. What is your take on that perspective?
It lines up with everything I've seen. He's played through a lot. I mean, it's not even some of it's not a secret, right? I mean, we like. I think back to the run where they lose to Atlanta in Game 7. Like, he had a torn meniscus. He was playing through it the entire time. He was still pretty effective. If Ben Simmons could make a free throw or dunk a basketball, they were in the Eastern Conference Finals that year with him with a torn meniscus. And he's played through stuff before. He had the sprained LCL when they lost to the Celtics in Game 7. Like, it's no secret. He's played through a lot of stuff. And yeah, I think now, I don't want to defend anybody here. I guess I'll defend him a little bit. He's tried to play through stuff. People have tried to tell him not to do that, and he hasn't always listened. You give him credit for being a guy who wants to be out there, who wants to play, who wants to, knowing how important he is to the team and wanting to play. But at the same time, sometimes you have to be smart, and sometimes you have to not play. And I think tonight's game is a pretty good example of that, Josh. Like, I don't view this as anything serious that he's got going on right now. I just look at it as, you know what? They are being ridiculously cautious because we know how this ends when they're not cautious. So they should be able to beat this. I'm not saying they're going to, or that it's an easy one, but they should be able to beat this Atlanta Hawks team. They have a great player in Jalen Johnson, but they're not a great team. They should be able to beat them with Tyrese Maxey, with VJ Edgecombe, with the other guys they have. So it's not easy, but with the team they have constructed, this is how they have to play it. Joel Embiid will be too important come playoff time, come the stretch run, for them to take any chances on a February game against the Atlanta Hawks if he's not feeling 100%.
And if I could backtrack something you said before, Paul, which is you said that Joel Embiid has been told before, you need the rest, you need to heal up, and he hasn't listened. So not that you have like literal insight on this, but from your perspective, what has changed? Like, what changed from the Embiid a few years ago that's telling you, I'm going to play, I don't care if I'm 50%, to the guy now in 2026 who's like, you know what, my shin is bothering me, let me get some more evaluation on this?
I think last year was a pretty big wake-up call, right? I mean, he only plays in 19 games. In those 19 games, he never looked like himself. And I think that was a pretty good wake-up call to, like, say, that he shouldn't be playing through injuries. I mean, and it's, that there was that big feature that was written about him in the offseason, which was excellently done. And even that revealed there were people behind the scenes who told him, yo, like, you don't owe anybody anything. Like, if you are not healthy, if you are not right, like again, the Knicks series, I mean, I don't know how that one blanked on me, but the guy's playing on one leg with Bell's palsy. Like he's playing through all that. He dropped 50 points in a game. He dropped 39 points in an elimination game in a really tough physical series. So like, I get, it was this idea of like, he didn't have anything to prove. And I think that's where he is. I think, Josh, one of the big things this offseason, I think he is just in a mentally better place. Contribute that to whatever you want to contribute it to, whether it's Tyrese Maxey maybe taking more of that forward-facing franchise, face and taking on more of that and allowing Joel to kind of take a step back from being that, whether it was, he mentioned in that ESPN feature as well, he started to go to therapy. You could just tell from media day, he was in a better place mentally. And every time we've spoken to him this year, just the way he talks, it's just a guy who seems to have a better, just understanding of what he needs to do for himself, what he needs to do for his team, and kind of had a juggle all this mentally, not just physically, but mentally. I think that might even be the more important part of this. Fatherhood is a pretty big factor as well, I'd say. That helps you grow up in a hurry and mature. So I think all of those things are factors, and it's just led to him being, the way I put it was like at peace. I think he's just at peace with where he is. This is the guy I am. I'm not going to play 82 games, but for me to get the most out of my skills and my body, this is the way I have to be.
Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. You mentioned the Maxey part. That's something Hanlon also mentioned in the pod about how, which, first of all, the whole thing, and we'll play the full audio later for everybody listening, but like he says, like, I didn't prepare Maxey well enough for last season. We prepared him better for this year. Like, that whole thing in of itself is just weird. But I digress. It is interesting that you mentioned about how Embiid and everyone else looking at Max a little differently now that he has ascended to this all-star starter, face of the team role. And it's not to diminish Embiid. What was it, 24 games? The last 24 games, Embiid averaged almost 30 points a game. Like, Embiid is still Embiid. We're not saying that. But, for Maxey to become maybe the more of the guy in the front and Embiid now to become the Robin, the Maxey's Batman, maybe that is the way to go moving forward. And it looks like Embiid's okay with it, and Maxey is accepting it.
For sure. And I think both of those guys would tell you, like, I don't think either views themselves at this point as Batman or Robin, right? Like, I think they both kind of, whenever one of them needs to wear the cowl, they can do it. Like, that's the kind of way I think they look at it.
Is it really quick? Is it almost like Green Lanterns, where it's like everyone's got a power ring?
Maybe. Yeah. If we want to go to DC or out. I think Tyrese too, like this is a guy, I've been saying it for years. I never wanted to put a ceiling on him because guys like him who have the work ethic he does, who have the mindset he does, who want to be great like he does, and then just have that physical ability, when you combine that blinding speed with the great shooting, and then now he's working out everything in between now. You don't bet against guys like that. You don't put ceilings on guys like that. And I think I view VJ Edgecombe through a very similar lens in that regard. It's just some of these guys, the way they're wired, you just don't want to do that. And I think to like contrast kind of what Joel has gone through to what Tyrese has gone through, like there was a lot more pressure on Joel because he was a number 3 overall pick. The injuries and how that piled up and how like he was kind of the crown jewel of the process. And like, this is why we did all this losing so we could get a guy like this. So there was a lot of pressure on him right away. And let's be realistic too. From an organizational standpoint, they didn't handle everything great with him when he first got here. And that's been well documented through several books, through that feature article. Like, that's been out there that he did not feel he had a lot of allies early on in that organization. Whereas Tyrese Maxey, he comes in as a 21st overall pick with an enormous chip on his shoulder to prove he should not have been that, which he should not have been that, clearly. And I just think, and again, with Embiid, with his journey coming from Cameroon and kind of being on his own and isolated, that has not been the case for Tyrese Maxey. He has, his mom and dad are a big part of his journey. They've been here throughout all of this. And it's just, it's a totally, and also, Tyrese got to kind of ease his way in. I think he would say he would have liked to play more in his rookie year, but he got to ease his way into things. So I think that contrast too, I think Tyrese was set up more for success than Joel Embiid was. But at the same time, Tyrese Maxey gets a ton of credit for having that mindset immediately and having that maturity immediately that Joel, quite frankly, just didn't have.
I've been asked by some Sixer fans, and I'll ask you the same question. Paul Hutter from Liberty Ballers joining us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling from Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. How can the Sixers get Maxey to play less minutes the rest of this regular season? Like, is there like a way? And remember, they traded away Jared McCain. So now they have one less guard coming off the bench. So, and I think we all can agree, Paul, we don't need to see Kyle Lowry out there for 20 minutes a game. But, like, is there a way that this team can finagle Maxey to get a few minutes off per quarter?
So they did bring in Campaign. And look, I get it. No one should be planning a parade route because they brought back Campaign. But I think, and I'll be the first to tell you, I was not a fan of the Jared McCain trade. I still don't think that I worry that trade will haunt them in years to come. But with that said, right now, I feel like Nick Nurse felt like he couldn't rely on Jared because he had been so inconsistent, which is fair to say. He's been really outrageously inconsistent. And quite frankly, so is Quentin Grimes for the last couple months. Just really big swings in production. With Campaign, he's 32 years old. You know what you're getting, but he's also not, soon to be 40-year-old Kyle Lowry. He can still play. Like, he can still do some stuff. He can still dribble. He can score. He can shoot. He brings a lot of energy. So I think there is a trust level that Nick Nurse has with him that he didn't have with Jared. There's a consistency, a stability that he provides that Jared couldn't provide. Not to say I think Campaign is a better player than Jared McCain. Not to say that I agree with the trade, but I think this season I can understand why Campaign is a better option because he's just, again, you just know what you're going to get out of the guy. If he does what he did when he was here it was 2 years ago. It wasn't like it was forever ago. It was 2 years ago. If he does what he did 2 years ago here to close out the season, that would be a huge win for the Sixers. And I think, to your point, it would take a ton off the plate of Maxey and Edgecombe. And I think Nick Nurse even hinted at that yesterday, that the plan is when they play some lesser opponents, he didn't say this, as this is me kind of paraphrasing, when they play some lesser opponents, Campaign can come in the game and not have any drop off against those types of teams. And that could perhaps give Maxey and Edgecombe some time off so they're not leading the NBA in minutes and rookies in minutes by the end of the season.
You mentioned the Nick Nurse part of all this. Let's touch on that for a moment, because Nick Nurse was brought here in part to basically get them further than Doc Rivers could, right? The idea is that, hey, Doc did what he could. We'll bring in Nick Nurse. He's won a championship. And this team hasn't gotten any further with Nick Nurse versus Doc Rivers. Is there a shelf life for Nick Nurse, or do you think the organization is committed to him even if he can't get out of the second round again this year?
Well, the context matters in the sense that last year they went in with big expectations, but you start the year with Joel Embiid and Paul George hurt. Joel Embiid plays 19 games. Paul George plays 40-something games. Plus, injuries abound throughout, Andre Drummond, go up and down the list of guys that were in and out of the lineup. You're playing Reggie Jackson big minutes at times because you're so banged up. So I think it's clear that Nick Nurse got a pass on last year. And I think, too, Josh, so in that scenario, let's say they get to the second round. If I told you in October that the Sixers were going to make the second round of the playoffs this year, you would have called me crazy, and you would have been right. No one expected this team to be where they are right now, and no one is expecting them to go to the second round of the playoffs. If they do that to me, they're exceeding expectations. Now, next year is where things will get interesting. If Joel Embiid is healthy again, if Paul George is healthy again, if Tyrese takes another leap, if VJ Edgecombe takes another leap, if all of those things happen, and then next year there's not any movement, then maybe that looks different. But I just think there's been so much shuffling that I don't think that there's any. I don't believe that there's any type of hot seat that Nick Nurse is on. If they fully collapse and don't make the playoffs, maybe then there's a conversation to have. But I don't see that right now, and I don't think that that's what happens. With all that said, it's not like, Nick Nurse is only under contract for so long, and if the Embiid George era kind of ends and then it becomes the Maxey Edgecombe era, maybe they do look for a different coach who doesn't fit that, to your point, the get them over the hump coach. Maybe then it's a coach who's more about, okay, they're building something. They're building towards something. I don't know. I think there's just too many variables to say, but I don't see Nick Nurse being in any type of trouble unless this season just goes, completely down the drain.
One more for you, Paul. I wanted to know for you, take out the main names, Embiid, Maxey, Edgecombe, Paul George won't even be here until the end of March, basically. Even then, we don't even know if he's coming back because, you got to ramp it up. We don't know what kind of shape he's going to be.
Well, he's been practicing, and he's apparently been playing on the scout team in practice. He is allowed to do that, so that is a way he is keeping in shape at least.
All right, well, at least he's doing something.
Yeah.
But still, like, aside from the big names, who is the key guy that you are watching for this final stretch run? Not even the second half. It's more like a sprint to the finish within the next few weeks in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, the two big ones are the two other starters, and that's Kelly Oubre and, as of now, Dominic Barlow. And I'm curious to see if that to your point, what happens when Paul George gets back? Are they both still in the starting lineup? Does one of them go to the bench? How does that kind of all work? But I think Barlow is so important from the standpoint of him being able to play the 4 off of Joel Embiid. He's a very good cutter that Joel will find in that dunker spot. He's a great rebounder. You saw against the Clippers, he had 10 offensive rebounds, like just a little things guy, a glue guy. He can put the ball on the floor a little bit and get to the rim. He's a smart player, a good passer, good screen setter, like just a consummate glue guy. And if he could just work out that shot like a little bit, if he could just be a respectable shooter where teams have to at least, close out on him a little bit, I think that could make him even more valuable than it already is. So I think that's a big part of it. But Oubre is really important too. Oubre's playing in my opinion, the best basketball of his career. From a shooting standpoint, this is going to be the best shooting season of his entire NBA career. He's at like 38% right now. He's over 40% since he came back from injury a little while ago. So if he can keep, not saying he needs to keep 40% up, but if he can, again, get to a point where he is just a guy, okay, like teams, we have to close out on him because he's good enough where he can beat us. If he can do that and keep playing at a high level defensively, keep giving them some secondary creation stuff, he could be a really big part of this thing. So I think those two guys, because those are the kind of, after the stars or whatever, big 4, however you want to label it, those are the two guys to me that are the best guys on the team and then the most important as well.
He's Paul Hudrick, editor-in-chief at Liberty Ballers. Check out all of Liberty Ballers' coverage of the 76ers as we are heading down, I call the sprint of the NBA season here. And Paul Hudrick joined us here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3. Paul Hudrick, just another guy wearing glasses and a hat on a Thursday.
We got to do what we got to do, right?
Exactly. Paul, appreciate you jumping on, man.
Anytime, man.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. As promised, we will check back in on the text board on the other side, 609-403-0973 for the White Horse RV text board. And we're going to go all in. Drew Hanlon, he is the personal trainer to Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, Kelly Oubre, along with Jason Tatum and others. His perspective on Embiid, Maxey, and more coming up in the next hour. And we'll get your reactions throughout the day on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And we are streaming live on YouTube at 973 ESPN, as well as on X at 973 ESPN. All right, Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash Thursday edition on 97.3 ESPN. Still to come, we'll dig deeper into what Drew Hanlon had to say about Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, the 76ers. Also still to come, we'll get into with Andrew DeCecco, Football and Foreign, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and Ocean Casino Resort, the Fanatics Sportsbook. Lane Johnson, Landon Dickerson are coming back. What does it mean for the Eagles offense in 2026? Nick Earnshaw and Knicks Nuggets coming up at 4:30. And we will get a full recap of the gold medal game today. Semifinals tomorrow for the men, gold medal today for the women in Olympic hockey with Kevin Durso at 5:25. And also the White Horse RV text board in the next hour, 609-403-0973.
Sixers,
Oh, baby!
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Listen, with all this crazy weather this month, you probably need your system checked, whether it's your HVAC system or maybe your plumbing. People sometimes forget about their plumbing until it's too late. Get a system check right now with Brawley's Plumbing and Heating and Services. They've been trusted for generations. Find out why when you call them at 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadleys.net. So I purposely chose Dirty Little Secret by All American Rejects because I think some people might look at Drew Hanlon as the dirty little secret of the 76ers because he has been the personal trainer for so many current and former Sixers over the years. But the reality is that he has been working with Embiid most of his NBA career in some capacity or another, to the point where him and the 76ers have actual dialogue at times. And with the news that came out yesterday that Joel Embiid will not play tonight because of what they are calling, basically, his shin hurts, okay? No, you didn't hear me wrong. S-H-I-N. Shin hurts. For those who might not remember anatomy and biology, that's that big hard bone right under your knee. Yeah, that is bothering Embiid. So he's not playing tonight. The man has been off for a week and a half, but apparently he needs more time off. And so I will preface it by saying that the Hanlon pod, which was recorded with Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo Sports, it was done before the Embiid news came out, but the pod dropped at the same time the Embiid news happened. So it was kind of like a weird, weird timing. I want to get into what Hanlon had to say and then get your guys' reactions on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Because I think that, for Philadelphia sports fans, I have said this before, and I'll say it again. I know it's not all of you, because we do have some amazing people who listen to 97.3 ESPN, very thoughtful people, very nuanced individuals. They're not just a bunch of cheap hot take artists. But I think most fans will, if they're being honest, know that it doesn't matter the why Joel Embiid is not playing. They're just tired of it. There's so much fatigue with the constant drama with this organization, with this team. I mean, come on, half the reason why some people want to get rid of A.J. Brown is because they're just tired of the drama. So, but Hanlon was very, very open on this pod. So here's where I want to start. So they had a conversation initially about, athletes and training and work ethic and all that stuff, to which led Drew Hanlon to explain that there's something he can't stand that people say about Joel Embiid. This is from the Kevin O'Connor podcast.
People will look at him sometimes and be like, he's out of shape, he's lazy. I'm like, you don't go from picking up a basketball the first time at 16 years old to being arguably the most skilled big guy of all time in a decade if you don't work hard. That's the first thing. Go watch his JV film where he catches the ball and jumps out of bounds and throws it backwards at Mount Verde.
That's a classic.
To now being, a guy that, it doesn't matter if he's moving the same way he is. He's a 30 every single night with double teams and with teams trying to stop him without working hard. He's one of the hardest workers I've ever worked with.
So I think that we should address this. First of all, what Hanlon doesn't understand is that the troll online is not the same as the person I might meet at the local watering hole talking about the Sixers. Troll on X, social media, whatever platform it is, TikTok, Instagram, they might say Joel Embiid is lazy. They might describe him as X, Y, or Z. It doesn't mean everyone thinks that way. And I think that's where Hanlon might be, expressing from. But he is correct in the reality that Joel Embiid did not go from not playing basketball for the first 15 years of his life to becoming an NBA MVP through laziness. Embiid, and it's been described on the podcast, and other people have done this too, it's not just this podcast. Joel Embiid talked about it in that exclusive article on ESPN.com last summer. Excuse me. He said last summer that, he does love the game of basketball. Hanlon has said in many interviews that Joel Embiid loves basketball. So it is interesting that people look at Embiid and think he's lazy or he doesn't care when you're not looking at the product on the court. Like I saw an interview, I don't remember what day it was this week, but Malika Andrews sat down with Nikola Jokic and, she kind of presented to him in probably the most polite way possible, being like, hey, some people think that, you don't really care about winning and that you care more about your horses than, winning an NBA championship. And, Jokic, he was puzzled by the question, but then he realized that Malika wasn't saying that to him, that she was kind of relaying what people think of him. He's like, of course I want to win. Of course I'm playing to win the game. Why would I be if I don't want to win? And so I think that for the fan sometimes looks at Joel Embiid and acts like he's lazy, he's soft, when none of it's further from the truth. Is Joel Embiid the most assertive? Does he have a black mamba mentality? Does he, run around fighting with teammates like Jordan did, or, getting into nasty trash talk like Kobe? No, of course not. But those kind of people are a very, 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 very small group of people. And when Joel Embiid is healthy, he is one of the best players in the NBA. And that's when Hanlon starts getting to the conversation about Joel Embiid's health. And for those who don't remember, there was a whole controversy during the Olympics almost 2 years ago where, big of the Olympics, by the way, Team Canada is still up 1-0 on Team USA, 11:24 left in the third period. Team USA just tried to score a goal, but the Canadian goalie has just, been a rock in that goal there for Canada. But anyway, back to Joel Embiid. When Embiid was in the Olympics, a lot of people were mad because they were like, dude, you just had Bell's palsy. You were coming off of an injury. You could barely function in the postseason series against the Knicks. And now you want to go into the Olympics? Well, apparently, Embiid, even though people suggested him not to do it, he did it anyway because he wanted to be around winning and championship mentality people. And Drew Hanlon explains, though, that Embiid, how bad his health situation was going into and coming out of the 2024 Summer Olympics.
I haven't shared this story publicly, but Joel's kind of hinted at it a little bit. People didn't realize, so the Olympics happens. Obviously, people know that he was, kind of dragging himself through the Olympics, but it was a chance for him to actually win. He won a gold medal. Of course, they were a loaded team, but they don't win that gold medal without him in the Serbia game, So he has a great game, really, and the rest of the time it was just kind of him, being a part of a really good team, and he wins a gold medal. After that, all the way until this season, mid-season, I think it was like December 10th, we didn't work out one time. This is a guy that I've worked out more times than anybody else because he is obsessed with basketball. But he couldn't work out because he was like, you know what, I have to get my health right. So he went, I don't know how many months that is, but over a year without one skill workout.
Think about that for a minute. This is a guy who basically was so injured, was so banged up, was so just completely and utterly just, he was like, I can't even do normal practices, workouts, because my body is just so deteriorated health-wise. And he still tried to play. And that's where we are at now, which is Joel Embiid is now where he used to say, I'm going to play at 50%, Hanlon explains. Now he's saying he ain't doing that no more because he saw how bad his health got when he didn't take the proper amount of time to recover.
He's bought into something this year that he's never done in the past. In the past, if he was 50%, he was still playing. He was a warrior. He was a competitor. He was like, if I can play physically, I'm going to play. So then he arrived at the playoffs banged up. This year, he's taken more of an approach of, if I'm not healthy, I'm not playing.
If I'm not healthy, I'm not playing. That kind of gives you an idea of the change, the reversal. We went from Joel Embiid saying, I'm going to play no matter what, to I put myself in such a bad health predicament that I can't do that anymore. And Embiid's recovery was so restricted that he did something, frankly, kind of unheard of. Earlier this year, this is more from Drew Hanlon on the Kevin O'Connor podcast on Yahoo Sports.
In preseason, it's not like he's practicing all the time. They're still trying to get the knee health right. Then he's, sprinkling in practices, and ultimately he's getting in shape using games to get in shape. So he struggles. He was awful the first night of the season. And then he was struggling the first, month of the season.
Wasn't even rebounding.
He wasn't doing anything. But he was trying to get back in shape using basketball games, NBA games, to get back in shape because he wasn't able to work out. He wasn't able to practice.
The man was so banged up. His health was such a delicate situation that basically Joel Embiid used October and November of an NBA season to get into physical condition. It really does paint the picture of how bad Joel's health has gotten. And I think it feeds into the narrative out there that Joel Embiid, he may retire in a few years because he just might be like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I love basketball, but my body just isn't holding up. And so for Embiid, this is the biggest reason why the organization has had starting to plan for a world without him, why they are now having to look more closely at Maxey and Edgecombe and the other guys, because you basically got to start treating Embiid like he's never going to be healthy. And if Embiid continues to refuse to come back at 50% anymore, if he's sitting there saying, no, I need to be healthy to play, the Sixers must change their not just playing philosophy, but their roster building philosophy, more from Drew Hanlon.
People panic. They're like, Joel Embiid's out, and they're like texting me, and he's like, oh, no, is he seriously hurt? I'm like, no, he's just not 100%, and so he's not going to push his body to a place where he has in the past. And, in the past, people have no idea. People know all the surgeries. People know all the injuries. people have no idea the amount of pain that he's played through just to try to give his team a chance to win.
And listen, I don't know if that's even the right strategy to have. The fact that he was even doing that makes you wonder, was he lying to the doctors? Who was the person that got in his ear who said, that finally convinced him? Was it his wife? You know, Paul Hudrick brought that up in the last hour from Liberty Ballers. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Paul Hudrick told us in the last hour that he looks at it as when Joel Embiid is now a father, that has changed some of his perspective. Hanlon goes on to explain that if you, the fan, is frustrated with Joel Embiid, Hanlon's here to tell you that Embiid is more frustrated than you are.
I do think that that's the one thing that fans don't understand is they don't understand, you know, the lack of better terms, the process that he had to go through just to get back there out on the court. And as frustrating as it was for Sixers fans, it was more frustrating for Joel because he's like, I know I still can play at this level. I believe I can. I have the skills to play at this level. It's just my body's not physically allowing me to play at that level.
My body is not physically allowing me to play at that level. That is the wild part of all this, is that Embiid is still trying to get there. And listen, I wrote about this at 973ESPN.com. The fact that Joel Embiid has already shown you that when he's healthy, he's really good. When he's healthy, he can play at a high level. The last 24 games before his latest injury predicament, he was averaging almost 30 points a game. From the beginning of December to the beginning of February, Joel Embiid looked like the MVP caliber Embiid again. But then the right knee management. Then my shin is bothering me. So now you're like, how long is it going to take for Embiid to come back? And that's why the organization as a whole is now having to switch their focus to this is Maxi's team. And I know the question has been asked at times, can the Sixers be a championship contender with Tyrese Maxey as the lead man? Drew Hanlon also trains Maxey. Now, this year, Tyrese Maxey, all-star starter, one of the league leaders in scoring, having an amazing year. But the previous year, he struggled and then got injured. And Drew Hanlon says the Maxey that you saw last year is Hanlon's fault. Very interesting spin. I call it spin. Maybe it's honesty. You take a listen to Drew Hanlon from the Kevin O'Connor podcast.
I felt like I messed up last summer with Tyrese because the whole summer we prepared for him to be better in a two-man game with Joel. And it was all about how can you kind of be that second guy to Joel.
So you were like doing movement off ball.
All we were doing is a lot of dribble handoffs. We were doing a lot of get games. We were doing a lot of, high ball screens. We're basically doing how to, even hit the ball and like Joel's getting doubled and he's pulling over for shots. We're doing all of like, how can you be a great number two? And then Joel didn't play last season and they weren't able to win games. And Tyrese still had a good year. He was still at, I don't know what he had, 27 or 28 a game or whatever it was. But it was like he wasn't able to carry his team to wins. And it was because he wasn't, in my opinion, prepared enough in my part of we didn't train him to be the number one.
It's a very strange answer, to at least for me, because I have never heard of a trainer, and maybe I'm forgetting somebody, okay? I can't remember everything, okay? Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I know that sometimes it is in jest, and sometimes it feels like it's not, but I do get ripped by Mike Gill and Billy Schweim sometimes if I don't remember something. So, but I will at least tell you if I don't remember something. I'm at least honest about it. I don't remember ever hearing a trainer or a coach take the blame that I didn't train or prepare a player well enough for a season, and that's why he didn't perform at a certain level? I mean, I've heard like actual team head coaches do it. Like, you're Andy Reid, I got to do a better job. You're Nick Sirianni, say, I got to put the guys in a better position to be successful. I remember Larry Brown back in the day with the Sixers. He used to say that, if the Sixers lost a game and Iverson didn't have a great night, he was like, well, that's on me because I didn't put Allen in a position to be, his best self. So, like, I've heard, like, head coaches do that, but not a guy outside of the organization as a whole. So, I don't know if I fully believe what Hanlon is saying there, but it's a very interesting theory that, hey, we prepared Maxey to operate in a certain way, and then when Joel Embiid wasn't there to play that style of game, that's why Maxey struggled. To which Hanlon goes on to explain that Maxey was much more prepared for this season, and that is the reason why he is having the all-star season that he is.
And so this summer we said, hey, listen, now that you've got those skills with Joel, if Joel comes back and is like what we hope he is, you still have those, but we need to turn you into kind of a more number one option. And so we shifted our focus in the summer and really focused on, like, how do you thrive if Joel isn't on the court? And I think that's why you've seen some of the, first half improvement this season.
Very interesting. The Hanlon is basically saying that Maxey was more prepared to be the number one option for this year than he was last year, and that preparation is the reason why Maxey is having a better year. Now, Hanlon also went on the podcast, explained how Kelly Oubre had the best workout offseason he's ever had, and that's the reason why he's playing well this year. So now it makes you wonder, moving forward, do we start looking at these basketball players? Because I don't know if it's really the same for other sports. I would have to get some more information about how impactful an off-season training regimen is on a player's performance in season. Like, we've heard guys get into better shape in the off-season. We've heard guys, work on their three-point shooting or their running of routes or their recognition of offenses and defenses. We've heard people work on like a new pitch in the off-season for baseball. But I've never heard of somebody say that we're going to train you to be the new team's new number one scorer. Like, that is new to me. So are we going to move forward and start looking at these players and start doing he didn't play well because in the offseason he didn't prepare well enough. So Drew Hanlon's got to, like, open a can of worms with this. So very interesting thoughts from Drew Hanlon there. We'll get to the White Horse RV text board coming up next. UPS Jeff, your message and others on the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling for Mike Gill here on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. Don't forget, we will get back into the Eagles conversation for Football at 4 with Andrew DeCecco, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and sponsored by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City and the Fanatics Sportsbook.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy.
Listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Check in on the Whitehorse RV text board now at 609-403-0973. Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here. Also, don't forget, we got football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Andrew DeCecco will join us coming up at 4 p.m. Nick Earnshaw is back with another edition of Nick's Nuggets in his normal time slot at 4:30. And we'll get a recap of the Olympics. Team USA just tied the game 1-1 with 2 minutes left in the third period. They pulled the goalie. They had the man advantage in the zone. And Hillary Knight is now scored the most goals in U.S. women's Olympic hockey history. As we now have a 1-1 tie game with under a minute left in regulation. Will this game go to overtime like the U.S. men did yesterday? I'll keep you updated here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Kevin Durso will join us later to recap all the happenings with Olympic hockey, men's and women's game. This is the gold medal game between the U.S. and Canada, as the U.S. is trying their best right now to keep the pressure on, and Canada looks like they're trying to get to overtime. Canada looks like they feel like the momentum has been lost for them and that they're just trying to get into overtime. As we got 15 seconds left on the clock. I'm trying to, keep you guys updated here because if somebody scores here, there's a stoppage of play. 9 seconds left. All right. They really did try hard. The U.S. really did try hard to get a score there but Canada definitely is playing we're just trying to survive right now. Canada is in survival mode, and the U.S. is in we need to score mode. And don't forget, the United States plays tomorrow in the semifinals. So the men play tomorrow in the semifinals. The women play today in the gold medal match. And if the United States does advance to the gold medal round, that game will be on Sunday. I think the last thing I saw was at 9 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time. So, and this game is going to overtime. Gold medal game, overtime, third period, done. Keep you updated as the game progresses here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. All right, back to the text board as promised. The Whitehorse RV text board is 609-403-0973. UPS Jeff is the first one to chime in on the Embiid stuff. He says, Josh, Embiid is a great player when he plays, but he is actually holding this team back because everyone has no idea what's going on with him. They need to move on from him, get organized. I am over his drama, says UPS Jeff. And UPS Jeff, I'm not going to be... This is something that Mike Gill and I definitely disagree on, because Mike Gill has always been like, why would you get rid of Embiid? Embiid, when he's out there, he's great, and none of that is incorrect. In the most literal sense, yes, when Embiid is out there, he is great. But he's not out there enough for it to be worth it. The other side of the problem, though, UPS Jeff, is that if you're getting rid of Embiid, you're not selling him at his highest point of value. You're selling him at a low point. You're selling a guy who can't get on the court. So if you sell him, if you get rid of him, what are you going to return from him? It goes back to the Nick Castellanos situation with the Phillies. You can say you want to trade somebody. You can say you want to get something of value in return for him. But are you? Now, basketball is a little different than baseball, because in baseball, there's so many variables that go into a team's success that, it felt like that teams looked at Nick Castellanos as a red flag and were not really willing to make that trade, pay that exorbitant price tag for a guy who was, for better or for worse, was viewed by other teams as a malcontent. Joel Embiid's problem is that he is viewed as an injury risk. And for the money he's making, UPS Jeff, it's hard to move on from him. Now, if you want to blame Daryl Morey for giving him the contract in the first place, I can work with that. I can understand that. I can look at that and be like, yeah, I can see how that's a problem. For those who don't know, Joel Embiid, under contract through the 2028-29 season with a player option. Now, is there a scenario where if you trade Embiid next year, and I'm sorry, not next year, 2 years from now, and say you're getting a guy who's going to probably opt out of this contract. If he opts in, oh well. I mean, that's a tough sell, right? It's a tough sell to be the guy who's saying this guy has at least 2 years guaranteed on his contract. The third year, the final year of that run is an option. Player option, not a team option, player option. Joel Embiid right now, he's making $55 million this year. Next year, he is scheduled to make $58 million. The year after that, $62 million. So we can say, just get rid of him. We're done. Nobody wants the price tag. Just like nobody wanted Nick Castellanos at a $20 million price tag. They wanted him at a much lesser number. Embiid would be interesting to some teams, but those teams don't want to pay him $55, $60, $65 million. That's where the problem here is UPS, Jeff. The 76ers have put themselves into a predicament. The predicament being, is anyone going to want to trade for a guy whose contract is that heavy, who can't even get on the floor? More text coming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. By the way, Jeff from Ocean City chimes in and says, "Go USA, my bet ticket is still alive." He sent a copy of the ticket. It says he's got the USA women winning parlayed with the under 5.5 goals. Well, I think you're pretty safe, at least on one of those points. This is a 1-1 tie game heading into overtime. By the way, is that Kate Scott who's working the studio here for NBC? I think I literally just noticed that's Kate Scott who's in studio for NBC. Or if it's not Kate Scott, it looks someone who looks a lot like Kate Scott. Does that mean Kate Scott's not doing the Sixers game tonight? I gotta look into that. Let's get more text coming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Paul chimes in. Now, Paul has a New Jersey area code, but he says he's texting in from Louisville, Kentucky. Paul, what is going on in Louisville, Kentucky, my man? But he says, Josh, the notion that we need to trade Embiid is uneducated take. If history shows us anything, the small guard is not the one who could be a number one on a championship-winning team. The Sixers' only hope is that you hit the lottery and you have Embiid and George healthy going into the playoffs with Maxey and VJ also at their best. Without Embiid and Paul George, we are nothing. All right, a couple things there. One, I'm still trying to get around the fact that we got a guy listening from Louisville, Kentucky, but with a New Jersey area code number, texting in the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. So forgive me for being a little distracted on that front. The part about history, though, about history shows is that, the small guard is not the one who could be a number one on a championship-winning team. My question to you, Paul, and I'm only asking this I'm looking for you to clarify. Okay, I'm not calling you out. I'm not saying you're an idiot, so please don't take this the wrong way. But can you clarify what you mean by a small guard? Because a small guard would not be Steph Curry. I mean, let me double check, but I believe Steph Curry is not that tall. Let's see here. Steph Curry is 6'2". Okay. So now the guy who won last year, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is 6'5". So is 6'5" a big enough guard? Again, I'm trying to decipher this, buddy. Like, I'm not trying to call you out. Okay, that this is not let's insult the audience time like some Philly radio talk hosts like to do. I'm just genuinely asking. Let's see, how tall was Dwayne Wade? Dwayne Wade was 6'4". So Curry is 6'2". Dwayne Wade is 6'4". Sorry, Curry 6'2", Wade is 6'4". Maxey is, well, this says 6'3", but it's probably closer to 6'2". So when Dwayne Wade was the lead guard, they won a championship in Miami the first time. And then how many championships did the Warriors win with Steph Curry? Let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, some people might say that Kevin Durant was more of the leader for a couple of those wins. All right. I mean, LeBron James doesn't win the Cavs title without Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving, you could argue, is almost more important than LeBron in that entire finals series. Kyrie Irving's only about 6'2". So I'm only asking Paul in Millville. By the way, Paul from Millville is Paul in Louisville, Kentucky. He clarified for us. I don't know if I buy into that, the small guard can't be the number one to win a championship. I think the more important thing is, how is the team built? Because why did Steph Curry win championships? Because he had Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, and other guys in the supporting cast who complimented him, right? Gilgeous-Alexander is about 6'4". MVP, incredible player. But is SGA winning a championship if he doesn't have Williams and Holmgren and all those other guys, Lou Dort and all those other players all on the team to support him? Of course they don't. So I think it's less about is the small guard the leader, but about who is the supporting cast next to them. Like when Allen Iverson led the 76ers to the NBA Finals years ago, if the number two scorer on that team wasn't Aaron McKee, and it was, let's say, somebody else, do the Sixers have a better chance at winning a championship? I'm just asking, remember they got Chris Webber way past his prime for the Sixers years ago? What if you got Chris Webber in his prime next to Iverson? Or Glenn Robinson in his prime next to Iverson? Remember they got Jamal Mashburn for a cup of coffee by the end of his career? What if you had Jamal Mashburn in the prime of his career? Allen Iverson's still the number one. But if those guys are the number two instead of Aaron McKee, do you win a championship? It's a very strong possibility. So I don't know if the small guard thing, I'm buying that, Paul, but I do think your question is very valid, that the way this roster is constructed, this iteration of the 76ers, they're not winning a championship as currently constructed. All right, more text coming in to get to is 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Evan from Little Egg Harbor chimes in. He says, I'm so tired of hearing about Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid this, Joel Embiid that. He's good, but he's not a superstar. He's not anywhere near the greatest of all time. Why don't we talk about Tyrese Maxey? Somebody else. Anyone else, says Evan from Little Egg Harbor. Well, Evan, couple things. One, first of all, thank you for texting in to the White Horse RV text board. Let's get positive first. Then let's go negative. You can be tired of hearing about Joel Embiid all you want, but he actually is a superstar. You don't talk incessantly about the 12th guy on the bench. You don't talk incessantly about an average NBA player. Joel Embiid is an NBA MVP award winner. He is a multiple-time All-Star, multiple NBA All-First Teamer. He is a superstar. You may not look at him as a superstar, but no one's talking about just a guy as much as we talk about him. Now, I agree. He is not the greatest of all time. Now, Mike Gill would disagree with me about this, but I don't even put Joel Embiid in my top 5 best Sixers of all time. I know there are people who look at Embiid, if he stays healthy and blah, 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 as one of the best Sixers of all time. But to me, he's not. So I get you there. Why don't we talk about Maxey? Well, because we talked about Maxey on Monday. Where were you, Evan from Little Egg Harbor? I've talked about Maxey numerous times on Hanging with Hennig on 97.3 ESPN. Where were you, Evan from Little Egg Harbor? See, Evan, this is the problem. You're the guy who shows up to the party and asking, why is there only Bud Light in the fridge? When you show up to the party 5 hours late when the fridge is full of other drinks. And now you're mad that the fridge only has what you don't like. All right. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get to more text on the Wayward's RV text board in just a bit. But coming up on the side, it's on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day. Of course, on Sportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle. Heard 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday here on 97.3 ESPN. One of the hottest takes I have ever heard was dropped this morning on Unsportsmanlike here on 97.3 ESPN. I got to play it for you coming up next because when I heard this take, it definitely made me step back and think. I'll play it for you next. Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN. It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I mean, I think one of the problems with Adam Silver is like he's kind of a little too fair. I think commissioners generally are not really that fair. Like, that's part of the job. Like, you kind of do things in service of the owners. You do things kind of on vibes, like David Stern. You cancel the trade from Chris Paul to the Lakers, basically on the vibes of the trade, right? And it wasn't fair at the time, and you caught flack for it. But as a commissioner, you kind of got to stand in front of those unpopular decisions. And Adam Silver right now is not really willing to do that. And while I commend him for trying to be fair, a lot of the times I think it sort of results in people, not treating him like a commissioner. Like, when you have Utah doing what they're doing, yes, you can fine them. They don't care about that fine. But when Utah is doing what they're doing, that shows that they don't necessarily respect the authority to be going all the way that far in their tanking.
Teams and players don't respect Adam Silver. That's our Sports-like moment of the day this morning. David Dennis Jr. was a guest on Sports-like, heard here on 97.3 ESPN. I think it's a fascinating take. I think sometimes in the world we live in, we don't always understand or appreciate when you have someone who is in a position of authority, and they may be likable. They may be someone that you might like to, talk with, engage with. But do you really respect them? Does their authority carry weight? And it really makes me wonder, is this going to be a problem long term? If teams look at Adam Silver and say, yeah, that guy's whatever. Who cares what he thinks? Who cares about his NBA cup? Adam Silver comes to the collective bargaining room and the players just roll their eyes. Here's the ball guy again. It's a fascinating question. If you don't respect the commissioner, how does that impact everything else? Because if the players don't respect him, the next round of CBA negotiations are not going to go well for the owners in the league. And if the teams don't respect him, how is he supposed to get these teams to stop tanking? We come up with all the solutions we want, but if the commissioner is not respected with the same weight, the same authority as other commissioners, it sounds like you need a new commissioner. Yikes. That is a huge indictment by David Dennis Jr., who covers the NBA for ESPN.com and Anscape. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up on the other side, we do have more football talk. Team USA just won. The USA women just won the gold medal. They just scored in overtime. They're crying. They're hugging. The Canadian women are distraught. It literally just happened as I was talking. How about them apples? Team USA wins the gold. A lot of crying. A lot of hugging. I didn't even see the goal. I saw them celebrating. Can someone show me a replay? Come on, NBC. Do your job. Football at 4 next on 97.3 ESPN.
Every choice you make matters. Whether you're dining out, grabbing takeout from your favorite local spot, or shopping for that perfect outfit at a neighborhood boutique, you're giving back to your community. It's not just about supporting businesses. It's about strengthening connections and keeping our community vibrant. Town Square Media South Jersey is proud to shine the spotlight on local businesses that make our area special. First Bank of Sea Isle, Cape May County's community bank. Broadleys is your local source for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning service and installation since 1911. Call 609-390-3907 or visit broadleys.net. Sweetwater Marina and River Deck. Enjoy dinner and drinks by the riverside or host your special day upstairs in our event space. Boardwalk Honda does business the right way. Transparent pricing and no hidden fees. Visit them today. And Storybook Land. Create your own story at Storybook Land. Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, show 97.3 ESPN. By the way, they did finally show the replay of the USA women winning the gold medal. And when I tell you that puck literally trickled in to the net, that Canadian goaltender is going to have nightmares the rest of her life about allowing that goal. For as much as it's amazing to see Team USA win the gold medal in women's hockey at the Olympics, I definitely feel for the Canadian women's goaltender, letting a goal like that in is going to torment her the rest of her life. All right, let's get to the Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco joining us here on today's Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. InsideTheBirds.com is where you get all of Andrew DeCecco's coverage of the Birds. And don't forget, Football at 4 being brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, the Fanatics Sportsbook. It's the place for you to be for all sports seasons. Yes, you know, that basketball tournament in March, you want to go there for that. The big UFC fight, go there for that. To watch the men in the semifinals tomorrow in the Olympics, you can go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go to Fanatics. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Let's welcome in Andrew DeCecco into the Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. Andrew, welcome in. How you doing today?
Josh, I'm doing great, man. Great to be with you.
I'm glad to have you on. And Andrew, it's not every day recently we've actually had good news to talk about, but for the Eagles, there is good news. One of, if not the most important players on their offense has announced that he's returning. Lane Johnson confirmed on his own social media, previous reports earlier today, that he will be back for the 2026 season. Just kind of give your initial thoughts on Lane Johnson returning for next season and what the weight of that means for the Eagles.
Well, first of all, it's enormous, but it would have been tough to envision life without Lane Johnson. That would have been very difficult to fathom, especially when you look at how it ended for him, right? Missing the final 8 regular season games with the Liz Frank sprain and then, of course, the postseason game. This gives him the opportunity to leave the game on his own terms. He's still playing at the height. He's still at the height of his game, right? So there's no drop-off in production. He'll be 36 years old in May. But if you're someone like Sean Mannion and you're a first-year offensive coordinator trying to get things rolling and reimagine this offense, well, you check off a major box by getting Lane Johnson back in the fold here, and his resume speaks for itself. He's one of the greatest right tackles to play the game, 6-time Pro Bowler, 5-time All-Pro, and the Eagles are going to greatly benefit from his presence. I thought Fred Johnson did a nice job stepping in, but the Eagles sorely miss Lane Johnson, and they're going to have him for 2026. And
you're 100% right. This is not a Fred Johnson stink. This is more of a Lane Johnson is a future Hall of Famer, and even at 36 years old, he's probably still better than, 90% of the league's tackles, and having him out there is definitely going to be a benefit, not just, as you mentioned, for the offense, but Sean Mannion, a first-time offensive play caller, a former quarterback himself, I can only imagine for him the relief that he is feeling today.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're trying to install an offense, it certainly helps to have an all-pro right tackle there to really help, I guess, get everything on the same page. He's going to pair with Jordan Mailata, and you have Cam Jurgens. I'm sure we'll talk about Landon Dickerson, Tyler Steen. So there's continuity there. And Lane Johnson certainly fits what we're all expecting the Eagles to look to implement this season in terms of the run game. We have no way of knowing because we still have to let things play out. But when you're talking about the outside zone stretch plays, Lane Johnson is athletic as they come, and that would really seem to favor what he's able to do in terms of his skill set. So it's great news for the Eagles, needless to say. And I wrote about this on InsideTheBirds.com. If you listen close enough, you could probably hear a collective sigh of relief across the Delaware Valley and beyond.
So now let's talk about the rest of the O-line. You mentioned about the news about Landon Dickerson, Derek Gunn. Of course, people can catch him on the Inside the Birds podcasting platform as well throughout the football season. He reported that Landon Dickerson, he will return as well despite all the injuries. And Dickerson's a very different conversation, Andrew, because while Lane Johnson is 36 years old, Dickerson is 10 years younger, and his situation was numerous knee surgeries in college, more injuries in the NFL. So for him, it was very much more a health over anything else situation. So what does it say to you, Andrew, that Dickerson is saying, you know what, I believe I can still do this at a high enough level that I am happy with?
Yeah, well, his litany of injuries has been well documented. And one thing that I always push back on whenever the conversation came up in this early part of the offseason about Landon Dickerson, you would hear some that would say, how could he walk away from the game? He's too young. Well, you don't know what someone else is dealing with. You don't know the amount of pain that he had to, put aside, because he was clearly going through it last season. And you have to ultimately think, if you're Landon Dickerson, can I go through another season doing this? Am I going to be able? Is it going to affect my quality of life after I'm done playing the game? And so sometimes you need the off season to unplug a little bit and recharge, and it gives you a different perspective. I certainly think the fact that Lane Johnson's coming back and you get another chance to play with your brother out there, it certainly helps. But obviously Landon believes that he can step in there and be the player that he's been throughout his career, sans last season. And he was better than a lot of the guards in the NFL, despite the injuries that he was working through, whether it was the ankle, the knee, the back, and others. I think that he's telling you by coming back that he believes that he can be an asset and pick things up where he left off. And this is going to be a huge offseason for him to really rest the body, recover, and get back after it. But again, we talk about how Lane Johnson's at the top of his game. Landon Dickerson, when he's at full strength, is among the NFL's best guards. So that's a huge addition for the Eagles as well.
Yeah, and you could argue he's the second most important O-lineman on this team because of all the things he can do from that position, which kind of leads us to the balance of the O-line. So now we know you're getting the two guys, Lane and Landon, coming back, arguably the two most important guys. So let's go one by one. What is the impact now of Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson coming back on Cam Jurgens?
Well, I think that's certainly going to help. We have to wait and see what happens with Cam Jurgens. You saw that he was in Medellin to get some, wherever they were, those shots for his back. That's obviously concerning because the season's over and the back surgery was a year ago, and it does take some time to recover from it. But that would suggest to me that he still isn't feeling quite right, and he's trying to exhaust options to make sure that he's going to return at optimum levels. But I think having the surrounding talent that they have, if you can get Cam Jurgens back to even a semblance of what he was in 2024 before he got hurt late in that season, I think the Eagles are going to greatly benefit from that. They had the NFL's best. That was a historically good offensive line in 2024, and they may not be quite that in 2026, but having that continuity and those pieces in place not only is going to benefit the offense, but also Sean Mannion, as I mentioned, as he looks to mold the offense in his vision.
Tyler Steen was not bad last year, but he was not on the same level as some Eagles guards of past years. Should he continue? When you look at him, is he like cemented as the right guard, or should Philadelphia maybe at least look into the idea of finding another right guard?
Yeah, I don't know that he's cemented as the right guard of the future. The Eagles could also draft a tackle in this draft, and obviously when you have Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson there, that tackle wouldn't have a spot. But if they can offer guard versatility, well, I would imagine that there would be a little bit of a competition there if they're able to make that work. And if that rookie is up to speed or trusted enough to take on a pretty prominent role. But I don't believe that Tyler Steen was as big of an issue as some are making it out to be, or some have made it out to be. I don't think he was great. I think he was fine. I also think that this expected style in terms of the running game would lend itself a little bit more favorably to Tyler Steen, who's pretty good in space, can climb to that second level. And before anyone even says it, I know Mekhi Becton is released from the Chargers. No, because I honestly don't think that he was a drop-off, that he was that much of an upgrade over Tyler Steen. Different style of player, and certainly I don't think that he would fit the mold of what the Eagles are projected to do with Sean Mannion. And let's not forget, yes, he thrived here in Philadelphia, but that was under Jeff Stoutland. That was one of Jeff Stoutland's reclamation projects. That's not to say that he would experience the same amount of success if he were to come back a second time. So I'm going to go ahead and say, to take a line from my guy John McMullen, #no.
I mean, that no you gave was on par with some of those Vic Fangio press conferences last year, Andrew, where he would just shut down the question and move on to the next person. That was great. Shutting down my.
He struggled, by the way, with the Charger. He struggled greatly. So
he did, and
for several reasons, no.
Yeah, and by the way, let's not forget, he didn't just struggle, Andrew. He then also complained about the struggles he was having. So he didn't exactly handle it very well either, did Becton last year with the Chargers. Andrew DeCecco joining us here for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. You mentioned about the style of this offense with Sean Mannion. How does that impact the offensive line? Because I think it's not just the changing of the O-line coach, right, Andrew? It's also the big picture of what this style of offense is going to ask of the offensive line.
Yeah, it's always risky to project, but all we really have to go off of is the influences that Sean Mannion's coming to Philadelphia with. And I kind of look at it through the lens of more of the Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay style, where you're asking your linemen to play a little bit more horizontal rather than attacking full head of steam vertically like they've done under Jeff Stoutland, which is going to require athleticism. It's going to require a running back who needs to be patient and allow his blocks to develop, which for all the great things that Saquon Barkley does, I don't know that patience is one of the qualities that he carries as a running back. He's more of a see it and go, and I think that the old style that they had implemented under Jeff Stoutland really catered to his strengths. But you're going to need a little bit more athleticism from your linemen, and they have to have the range and the fluidity to be able to maneuver in space. So it's when you look at the offensive line right now, Landon Dickerson we've talked a lot about, but I think that, for example, he would be a player that would be more adept at thriving in the previous iteration of the offense where it was more of that inside zone. He's more of a mauler, a road grader, attacking downhill and really getting his body and strength to bowl over defenders. Not to say that he can't do it this way because he's pretty darn athletic for as big as he is, but just kind of offering a little bit of context.
You mentioned the draft earlier. I just thought of something, Andrew. Is there a possibility that the Eagles are going to be evaluating when they look at offensive linemen maybe a little bit differently because there is no longer a Jeff Stoutland as the coach?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that because we don't quite know what style of offensive lineman Chris Cooper is going to covet. All we can go off of is the lineman that really thrived when he was with the Minnesota Vikings and the players that he coached and the mold of those kind of guys. And typically, whether it was the Broncos or the Vikings, they're linemen who are along the little bit more undersized category and have that athleticism. Now, whether or not the Eagles look to that in the draft, that's one of the more fascinating things for me because I look at someone at 23 like a Caden Proctor. He's 6'7", 366 pounds. So one would surmise that that's probably not the kind of lineman that you would ideally want in this system, but he would be a tremendous addition for a Jeff Stoutland offensive line room. So I'm really curious to see which direction they go, what kind of mold of offensive linemen they're coveting here. But it's ultimately going to be up to Chris Cooper, Ryan Mahaffey, and Sean Mannion to kind of collaborate there and figure out what their vision's ultimately going to be and what they're going to ultimately ask of their offensive linemen.
I think the other part of the interesting thing with the offensive line in this offense is also, Andrew, the reality that, is there going to be a bit of a maybe shall we call it a slow start to the season? Like, or do we have to kind of give our expectations and temper them a little bit and be like, hey, it might take a little bit of time for the quarterback, the offensive line, etc., to all be on the same page with the coordinator. We might not see the best version of this offense week 1, 2, or 3.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Josh. Patience. That's something that sounds very appealing in February, but when you get to the regular season and you're at week 4 and the offense is struggling a little bit or maybe not performing to the outside expectations, that's where you start to see so many criticizing the coordinator, the quarterback, the offensive line, go down the list. Yes, everyone should be patient. The expectation should be that it's going to take some time. If they are to implement drastic measures to reimagine this offense, it's unrealistic and really unfair to expect them to kind of come out of the chute week 1 firing on all cylinders, especially when they're asking a lot of these guys, presumably, to do things that they haven't had to do under Nick Sirianni. So it's going to be a change not only for Jalen Hurts, possibly the offensive line, the receivers, and things like that. It's going to be a little bit more intricate from a passing game standpoint. Jalen Hurts is going to be asked to do certain things. Sean Mannion not only has to be able to implement that, he has to learn his personnel. The personnel has to learn him. And any good coordinator that you bring in is going to tailor to the strengths of his players rather than the square peg round hole analogy. And so I think there's just a lot of the introductory phases that you have to get out of the way. Learning your personnel, you can't even imagine your scheme without knowing who your players are, without knowing who you're going to be working with next season. So I think because of all those things, you have to take that into account when you're looking at this offense. It may have several star-studded players on there. There's no disputing that, and it may seem as simple as that. Well, they're talented enough; they should be able to get rolling early. It doesn't always work that way. You have to let things play out and really let the system marinate.
You just brought up an interesting name that I don't think we have talked about enough here on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew DeCecco joining us for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Andrew, we keep talking about the players, the quarterback, the O-line. What about the change of coaching staff's impact on the head coach? We haven't talked enough about the fact that this is the first time that Sirianni will not have one of his guys on the staff. He had Kevin Patullo for the previous 5 years. He had Steichen for a few years. Sirianni now is going into a year with basically none of, quote unquote, his guys anymore.
Yeah, so there was obviously the collapse in 2023. Then the Eagles win the Super Bowl in 24. Okay, Nick Sirianni deserves the benefit of the doubt. Everyone knew that Kevin Patullo was going to be the desired promotion there, and that was Nick Sirianni's guy. It didn't work again this season for many reasons, and so at this point you have to come to the understanding that, okay, we're going to really go for an outside name, and we're going to let them mold the coaching staff into their vision, and to really allow any offensive coordinator to put their stamp on it. You have to allow them to identify certain coaches that they want to bring in. Now, Sean Mannion, being just 2 years into the NFL as a coach, probably doesn't have a large Rolodex of coaches to really be able to lean on or call and bring over. But I think the ones that he did bring in are pretty intriguing from a couple of different perspectives here. But for Nick Sirianni, this is a stark contrast to what he's used to. And I really do believe that for the offense to truly evolve and take the next step forward, for the Eagles to modernize this and bring it up to speed with some of the upper echelon offenses in the NFL, you have to implement drastic changes. And so that right there is another example of why it's going to take some time to get fully onboarded and for the coaches to learn the personnel to really learn the coaches and the scheme. And it's going to be new. For those who want to change, you're getting it.
And for more coverage on the Eagles and all their changes, check out Andrew DeCecco on the X platform at InsideTheBirds.com. Don't forget to like and subscribe and download wherever you get your podcasts. Inside the Birds pod brings us Football at 4 each day here on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew, great stuff today. Take care of yourself, all right?
Thanks, man. You too.
And don't forget Football at 4, as always, being brought to you by Ocean Casino and Resort in Atlantic City, the Fanatics Sportsbook, the place to be for every season, from football to basketball, Olympic hockey. U.S. wins the Olympic gold. For every season, you want to go to Ocean Casino and Resort and the Fanatics Sportsbook. Go to Ocean Casino, go to Fanatics Sportsbook, go for the win. For more information, visit the OceanAC.com. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We still got Nick's Nuggets, an extended edition of the Nuggets. Nick will be joining us from roughly about 4:30 to about 5:20 today. And then we will hear from Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. He has been tracking every step of the way when it comes to the men's and women's hockey games. Again, USA wins in overtime. The women do 2-1 on a goal that literally just trickled through and got to the back of the net for Team USA as they take down Team Canada in the gold medal round. And tomorrow, the U.S. is in the semifinals for the Olympics. If the U.S. wins the game tomorrow, they will be playing on Sunday. We'll get to all that and more. Plus, your texts that are coming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. Don't forget, we also have the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea City. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
427 on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. We will be joined by Nick Earnshaw in just a couple minutes here for today's edition of Nuggets, an extended Nuggets. For those who are just tuning in, what you might have missed throughout the day, the USA women win in overtime 2-1 to win the gold medal in the Olympics. The U.S. men play tomorrow in the semifinals. Keep you updated on that tomorrow here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. No Joel Embiid tonight. Joel Embiid will not play when the Sixers return to action tonight. Of course, you can hear the Sixers taking on the Hawks. 7 o'clock tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Let's check back in on the White Horse RV text board as promised, 609-403-0973. Also, then, big news of the day, Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson are returning for next season. Let's get some more of your guys' thoughts and comments on the White Horse RV text board. Ray and EHT, he says, yes, I am using voice to text. Hopefully it comes out better today. Let's hope for the best, Ray. At least it got your name right. At least voice text got your name right this time on the White Horse RV text board. Ray says, I still want to be upset about this whole Joel Embiid situation. Now it's the right leg soreness in the shin area. Like, come on, man. The Sixers are never going to go anywhere. If this is the type of stuff we're going to keep dealing with on a season-by-season basis, I feel like I just keep repeating myself over and over again with these Sixers. But, hey, I like watching Maxey and Edgecombe, so hopefully they ball out tonight. Well, they probably will because the Hawks are not a great team. We had Paul Hudrick earlier in the show, Ray and EHC, and Paul Hudrick was saying that tonight is a game you should win anyway, whether Embiid's playing or not. It's just a question of how serious do the Sixers take the game? That's kind of like part of the rub, right? You know, coming out of the break, who wants it more kind of situation. More text coming in on the White Horse RV text board at 69403-0973. Donnie in Dover, Delaware says the Sixers should have sold high on Embiid after winning MVP. You already knew about his injury history. He's barely played enough that season to win the award. You know, Donnie, that's a great, hindsight 2020 conversation because if you would have traded Embiid a year or two after winning the MVP, how different does the current team look? Let's squeeze in one more text as well. Monday Marcus chimes in the White Horse RV text board at 609-403-0973. They'll get to Nick Earnshaw for Knicks Nuggets. Monday Marcus says, what's up, Josh? I think the reason why people are frustrated with the Sixers is the two-step forward Embiid. He'll drop 40, he'll drop 30, and we knew it wasn't going to play back-to-back. But then there's never a time frame for him to return. He just misses 1 game or 2 weeks. We never know. That's the issue, I feel. And it falls on other players to try to build the roster to be better right in time for the playoffs. Listen, it really is that you get a little some, you don't get a little some with Joel Embiid. I think that is part of the frustrations when it comes for the 76ers. All right, as promised, Nick Earnshaw joining us for today's edition of the Nuggets here on 97.3 ESPN. Nick, welcome in. How you doing today?
How are you, Josh? We're walking right into the Embiid conversation, as we can hear. And some of the text board I heard. Listen, well, really, I understand it. I get it. Like it's not ideal to say the least. However, if you don't have that guy on your roster, you have no shot, zero shot of going anywhere far.
Well, it's also the fact that before we get into the deep in the Nuggets, is the fact that think about how crazy this is. On a day that Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson, we get the news that they're back, almost everybody wants to complain about Embiid. Like that's how massive the Embiid thing is. You know, someone texted earlier that Embiid is not a superstar. Well, you don't get text all day long about an injured player unless he is a superstar. Like that's the power of the Joel Embiid gravity pull, right? Is that on a day that we have major Eagles news, I got more text from people wanting to talk about the Sixers than Embiid and Maxey.
Yeah, I mean, he is a superstar. Let's not get it twisted. This is when he is on the floor, one of the best players in the world at the game of basketball, okay? But the problem has been he's been hurt. And that happens to so many players, so many athletes all of the time. All the time. And, unfortunately, this is just the Sixers' luck. And, I know Drew Hanlon, and we'll get into that in a second, talked about it. Like, the guy, it's not like he doesn't try. Like, the guy wants to be on the floor. He sacrifices his body. He sacrifices his body night in and night out to try and be out there. And does he have to do this? No. We read that long ESPN article over the summer. He'll go against doctors' orders just to try and get out on the floor. So this notion that he's lazy, he falls all over the place, is insane. It's insane. He is 7 feet whatever, and he moves like a guard. He moves in a way a big guy like that should not be able to move. And it's unnatural, and that's why you see so many injuries to Joel Embiid, and that's why he's been injury-plagued his entire career, because the way he's built, it's not normal. It's just not normal.
All right, so let's dig into these nuggets here. I'm hungry.
All right, I am too. All right, Drew Hanlon. I mean, this podcast had a lot of nuggets in them, and we got a couple of bites to play from it, because Drew Hanlon has worked with Joel for years and years. He works with tons of players across the NBA, trains them, works with them all the time. And it goes back to the point I just made about people thinking Joel Embiid is lazy or doesn't work hard, etc. I get in this argument all the time on the weekend. We talk about it with Mr. Negadelphia and Billy Schwam. I try to explain to them. They don't want to listen. So I'll just have his trainer talk to you about it. And here's what Drew Hanlon had to say about Embiid working hard.
People will look at him sometimes and be like, he's out of shape, he's lazy. I'm like, you don't go from picking up a basketball the first time at 16 years old to being arguably the most skilled big guy of all time in a decade if you don't work hard. That's the first thing. Go watch his JV film where he catches the ball and jumps out of bounds and throws it backwards at Mount Verde.
That's a classic.
to now being, a guy that, it doesn't matter if he's moving the same way he is. He's a 30 every single night with double teams and with teams trying to stop him without working hard. He's one of the hardest workers I've ever worked with.
There you have it. I got nothing else to say after that. I've been trying to say this for years and years and years and years to people, and some people will not listen. It's not like he's not a lazy player. He's just not. And we take him so for granted because of the injuries and him not being able to be on the floor.
My bad. I didn't mean to jump on you there. So I think part of the problem is, and I'm going to specifically use the two guys that you mentioned, okay? Not because I'm trying to pick on Billy Schweim or Mr. Negadelphia, but, I think that it kind of comes back to a conversation that me and Dave Klemick and you have had in the past, which is the perception of the fan versus what the athlete is doing in the moment are not always one and the same.
No.
And the problem is that someone can watch a basketball game and see Joel Embiid, maybe not sprinting full speed back on defense, or they see him slowly shuffling on the defensive end, or they see him, not being very aggressive and asserting that pick on the pick and roll. Like whatever play you want to use, and then people will look at that and say, see, he's not giving full effort. And my complaint with that is always twofold. Number one, the person who complains about Embiid, I always ask, are you watching the rest of the NBA? Because if you watch the rest of the NBA, you'll realize that, it's the whole league. The whole league is not very assertive defensively. The whole league is not very assertive. Like, I was listening to the whole of that podcast, and one of the things that Hanlon talks about is how in Boston, how Joe Mazzulla has gotten guys who stink at defense to buy in defensively, and then Hanlon will get texts, he says, from other league people being like, why is this guy play defense now? He's like, well, he's bought in. He's buying in to what the coach is selling. Now it goes another conversation. Are you want to complain that the players aren't buying into Nick Nurse? They're not buying into what the Sixers' philosophy is? It's a whole other conversation. But then there's a second part of the conversation. When we get the smoke about Joel Embiid, I want that same energy for other people. I want that same energy when A.J. Brown drops 3 passes in a game. I want that same energy when I see lazy play on a baseball diamond from Trey Turner. I want that same energy for other athletes. I think part of the problem that I have, Nick, and I don't want to speak for you, so you can jump in, but for me, if you want to complain about everybody. And, don't tell me that Jalen Hurts can't do things, but then act like everybody else is so much better, right? Like, don't tell me that we're going to nitpick one guy, but not nitpick everyone. To me, you got to either bring the smoke for everyone or get out of the kitchen.
No, I'm in total agreement with you. It should be across the board. Guys getting criticized, right? If we are so, as a fan base in this area, so hard on Joel, it's amazing to me. I understand the injuries are there. That's a fair criticism. He has been hurt. I get it. It is what it is. If you want to blame the Sixers for sticking with them, fine. Whole nother conversation. But the guy has tried to be out there. Remember when he got hurt in Denver? I thought that was asinine to put him out there. Asinine to put Joel out there in that game a couple of years ago. And he got hurt. So I'm not going to put blame on Joel. There's things to criticize him for. Sure, fine. And there's things to criticize other athletes for. Great. There's other conversations to be had. But to say this guy has been lazy, doesn't work hard, is not true. And I think a lot of people don't realize, he falls on purpose, right? Like, there's a reason he goes down a lot. It's to brace the fall and lessen the impact on the knees. This has been something that is not new. This has been since the beginning of his career. He has been told to do that, been told and advised to lessen the impact on the knees when he goes down. He has been told that from early on in his career, okay? So I don't think a lot of people know that. And you can search it up, Google it. Clemic said on Saturday the other week, Google me, go Google that, all right? So I think a lot of people don't realize that as well.
Kurt Signetti, you said that first?
Yeah, I think so. So listen, Clemic said it the other day. It was hilarious. And but I'm saying, like, go Google that. Like, he has been told this from the beginning of his career to brace the impact on the knees. And that's why he goes down more often. And, I know people criticize him for that too. So I also want to play this from Drew too. Talking about Embiid this year getting back into game shape. Because remember the beginning of the year, he did not look great. He did not look great at all. We're like, oh, we're never going to see MVP beat again. We're not going to see that 70-point guy again. Well, there's a reason he looked the way he did early on this year. Take a listen.
In preseason, it's not like he's practicing all the time. They're still trying to get the knee health right. Then he's, sprinkling in practices, and ultimately he's getting in shape using games to get in shape. So he struggles. He was awful the first night of the season. And then he was struggling the first, month of the season.
Wasn't even rebounding.
He wasn't doing anything. But he was trying to get back in shape using basketball games, NBA games, to get back in shape because he wasn't able to work out. He wasn't able to practice.
So he was using all those games in the beginning of the year just to get back into game shape because he wasn't able to practice. I mean, the way they've gone, I got to give Sixers credit. I mean, they've kind of handled this as best as they possibly could with the cards they were given. Now, granted, could they have made better decisions in the past? Sure. But with where they are right now, you want to get this guy to the postseason. I think they're doing everything they possibly can because I didn't think we were going to see old Joel Embiid.
Listen, I think that, the fact that... See, I think here's part of the problem. Yeah, I just thought of this as we were talking. Part of the problem, Nick, is that the Sixer fan looks at the organization and doesn't trust them. So, if the organization would just come out and say, Joel Embiid is not allowed to practice, he's using these games to get into shape, people would be like, oh, well, that's weird, but okay.
I agree, and I agree with that sentiment. I think that's fair. The fact that you have Nick Nurse going out there and be like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's like, well, Nick Nurse, what do you know? Daryl Morey will get up there and be like, oh, well, I wouldn't put it that way. And you're just like, no, just come out and say it.
Declarative statement. Joel Embiid is, according to the doctors, well enough to play in games, but not well enough to practice on a consistent basis. Therefore, we will be using the games early in the season as a method to ramp Joel Embiid up to when the doctors fully clear him for unlimited minute play. Period. That's the statement. Tell the world we're coming to town. Don't tell me you don't know.
But that's not the case. There's always got to be drama with this franchise. There always has to be something, right? There has to be. So, I understand that sentiment. I tend to agree with it. But that's just not how the Sixers have operated ever. In my entire lifetime, they've never operated like that. So, listen, Joel, I thought it was a very insightful podcast with Drew Hanlon. I thought it was very insightful. I thought you learned a lot about the inner workings of what's going on with Joel and other players around the league and what's going on in the NBA too. But I thought it shed a lot of light on the entirety of the Joel Embiid situation. And I think the criticisms he's gotten has been way overboard. He deserves some for certain things, but overall, the guy tries to be out there every night. His body, sometimes just gives up on him. The guy played with Bell's palsy and no meniscus one year. I mean, give the guy a little bit of credit.
Yeah, it's not going to go away.
No.
It's not going to change anytime soon.
Unless they go on a little bit of a run. Unless they get Paul George back from suspension and they go on a little bit of a run here this year. Maybe. Who knows?
Look, you and I both know. If somehow the Sixers made it to the NBA Finals, a year from after that, people will still be complaining.
Listen, Lemon Pepper Lou Williams thinks so. All right, he seems to think if they get everything right by the end of the year, they go on a little run, make some noise. Hey, I'm just saying, he thinks so. I don't know if you saw that today.
I did not see that. I was between the Lane Johnson news, the Drew Hanlon podcast, the abomination that is the Dudes on Dudes podcast.
I'm glad you brought that up.
And everything else today. I'm just happy I'm awake having a conversation with Nick Earnshaw for the Nuggets segment here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN on a Thursday.
All right. I'm glad I teed you up for that because I figured you'd go there. The abomination that was the Dudes on Dudes podcast.
Yes.
What a waste of a listen that was. All right. Nugget number 2. You don't need to listen to the A.J. Brown interview with Rob Gronkowski and Julian Edelman. You just don't. I mean, that was one of the worst podcast listens I have ever heard in the history of listening to anything, okay? It was a rough listen. Rough. You didn't get much there. I know the video of him winking is going around the internet. I mean, the guy's a troll. We've known this. A.J. Brown's trolled.
He says on the pod, I'm trolling. I'm just trolling everybody.
So if you've seen the video, A.J., like Julian Edelman says to A.J. Brown, we're all patriots or something along those lines. And AJ kind of winks and said, I'm just trolling. So relax. And everyone gets all up in a tizzy about that. Relax. There was nothing else in there. Gronk was drunk pretty much the entire episode. He was having a drink while he was on. So there was that aspect of it. I don't think Gronk's very good on television anyway. So the podcast was just reinforced my opinion of him already on other shows. So listen, A.J. Brown, we were waiting for this information. It was a whole lot of nothing, Josh.
So a couple of things here. One, I want to point out that it's podcasts like that which validate Mike Gill's perspective.
Yes, correct.
All these player podcasts are just a waste of time. They don't say anything. And it's a shame because earlier this week was Bussin' with the Boys pod with Bryce Harper way too long. Yes, a 3-hour podcast is way too long. But you know what? I did finish listening to the whole thing, and I was entertained. I enjoyed it. But on the flip side, I got 50 minutes of Gronk and Edelman, and I think 40 of the 50 was A.J. Brown. I don't even know what the point was. I think the point was just to say they had A.J. Brown on.
Yeah. They posted a picture during Radio Row week, and they kind of teased it for a couple of weeks here. So we're kind of waiting. Oh, he's going on a Patriot podcast.
And really quick, can I say really quick? I just thought of this. That podcast also leans into my complaint about the player pods, which is I love the fact these players have a platform. I'm totally cool with it. But they need a bro who's going to help them do the job better.
They need guidance.
Those were some of the worst executed questions of all
Well,
time.
it wasn't even the questions. It was the segment structure. And I could get deep into this stuff. Yeah, I do it every day.
But the fact that these players don't treat their podcasting the same way they did their professional careers. Like,
yeah.
Drew Hanlon works with Maxey and Embiid, Jason Tatum, because those guys say, in order for me to take that next step, I need an expert, right? These players are not going out and getting experts to help them with the podcast. They're getting cheap labor to help them do the podcast. They're getting people who are leaving them hanging when it's like, who won the Super Bowl? And I don't even know. Because someone look it up. I don't think they're even listening. Like, I've heard that said on podcasts before. Like, the producer's not even paying attention when the guy's on the podcast. Or I've seen situations where, like, the wrong camera is zoomed in. And they're like, why is the camera zoomed in so closely? I don't know. So-and-so did a bad job. Well, no bleep they did a bad job, because you're hiring somebody's friend's cousin's sister's son. You're not hiring actual professionals to help you do these podcasts. And these players are going to keep having podcasts that give ammunition to people like Mike Gill to say the players' podcasts are stupid, because the players are saying, I care more about my professional job as a player than I do about my life after being a player.
Yeah, this morning I was like, it was a rough one. I had it on in the background. I had it on in my office. I'm tuning in. I'm locked in. I'm like, all right, let's see what we got here. What are they going to talk about? I mean, you have three. I mean, two pretty much. They have 3 Super Bowl champions sitting there. They got to talk about something interesting, and it just wasn't even interesting. That was another thing. It wasn't interesting at all. The questions were bad, sure, but the topics of conversation were not interesting as a listener. So it was a whole lot of nothing. AJ, remember, our buddy Scott Grayson from Fox 29 went up, tried to talk to him. He was not doing any media out at Radio Row.
I talked about that earlier.
And he also said,
yes.
He also said in the podcast he hated Radio Row. So there's that.
Well, I mentioned that, and I mentioned Maya Lotta too, how like you had multiple Eagles who were like, I'm not doing media. I'm not talking to media. And then they go on other shows and other platforms and Eagle players, right, and who are doing like extended interviews. And I'm like, it's not that you're not doing media. It's that you don't want to talk to me. Okay? Just tell me to F myself.
Well, these player podcasts can turn into echo chambers because they're not getting asked questions regarding what people want to hear about. They're talking about Julio Jones on this podcast, and they're talking about if A.J. Brown's a stud or not a stud. I don't know.
Well, like, look at the Micah Parsons. When A.J. Brown was on the pod, it was boring as watching paint dry, right? But you get a guy like Myles Garrett that fights back, who ain't just going to let Micah Parsons say whatever he wants. Now we're entertained. So now what we're doing is we're saying, for the player pod, I'm dependent on who the guest is to get a good podcast. Like, what?
Yeah, that was 50 minutes I'll never, ever, ever get back in my entire life. Nothing there. It seems like, I mean, from what I can tell, just from the listening to a little bit of AJ Brown stuff over the years, he's going to troll you. But it seems like there's been a shift. It's not like he's asking, I want out, I want out, I want out. He's not going about it in a TO type of way. If he does want out, he's keeping it behind closed doors, and that's that.
Yeah, and listen, we'll get more into this on the other side as Nick's going to join us for a second segment.
Yeah.
Today for the extended edition of the Nuggets, we got an extra platter coming in from the waitress on the other side of the break. But, it's one of those things also where, again, and I know, Jack gave me Courthouse. I'm going to read his text on the other side because I think it's a fun conversation, Nick. And that is, but it's the idea that we are trying to give the audience, people like myself, Nick Earnshaw, Mike Gill, to an extent, Billy Schwein, the locker room here on 97.3 ESPN. We're all trying to bring things to the audience that we find interesting, people we find interesting, topics we find interesting. And then it's like, you have other people who don't have the same level of professional intent. Their professional intent is to just I'm Gronk. I'm Edelman. Tuned into a pod.
He was drunk the entire podcast.
Like, but it's like we were taught differentiation. Why should someone tune into your show versus somebody else? So we take a level of pride when it comes to it. Like, that's why I give a guy like a Chris Long or a Jason Kelsey credit. They have committed themselves to the idea that I need to be a professional and I got to do a better job and I got to get better. But at the same time, they're so self-deprecating. They're like, yeah, I'm just a super former player. So it's like they get it. Like, they don't think of themselves more highly than they ought.
Sure.
I think the problem is a guy like Micah Parsons, I think he takes himself way too seriously.
Yes.
And it ruins every single interview he does.
Well, there you have it. Well, I think that was a rough one. That was a rough one. There was not a lot of news in that. A.J. Brown, whether you think he's going to be back or not, he didn't give you much on that podcast if that was what you were looking for.
Well, we got more nuggets coming up on the other side. What I am looking for is more of Nick Earnshaw on the other side here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, we will be recapping the USA women win in overtime the gold medal at the Olympics. And then the men are in action in semifinals tomorrow. We'll get into all of that with Kevin Durso coming up at 5:25 here on the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. And see how streaming live on YouTube and X at 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Thursday edition of Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, when you hear me on 97.3 ESPN, it's being brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. It's the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app now and build the perfect same-game parlay. You know, I saw Jeff from Ocean State at a parlay earlier. It hit. He had the USA women winning the gold and the under 5.5 goals. Well, Jeff at Ocean City is a winner, and you can be too with same-game parlays on the Caesars Sportsbook app. Bet on the game live or try their quick pick parlays that are pre-built just for you. Bet like a Caesar and earn perks on every game like hotel stays, bonus bets, game tickets, and more. Download the app using my promo code radio250BM and get your first bet matched as a bonus bet up to $250 whether you win or lose. Open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 or older. Minimum odds minus 500 awarded as a non-withdrawable bet that expires 14 days after receipt. Bonus bet amount not returned for winning bets. Void where prohibited. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get back to Nick Earnshaw in just a moment here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. I mentioned the Olympics, by the way, Nick, for a specific reason. So you will enjoy this as well as these texts that are coming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. So earlier, I'm watching, I got the Olympics on in the studio, right? And I was watching Intermission Report, and I kept looking over, and I could have swore it was Kate Scott doing the in-studio anchoring, right? But the problem is that the woman never fully turned. She kept being on like an angle. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, I'll demonstrate. She's always looking in this direction. So you see that she has glasses on. You see that she's a slim-built woman, but you never got a full-on shot of her face. And I knew why they were doing the angle because the other woman who was the analyst, the hockey analyst, she was a much significantly like height-wise woman. So like the other woman, the hockey analyst, it was obvious that the woman was maybe like a foot taller than the other woman. And I remember saying at one point earlier on the Sports Bash here on 97.3, I'm like, how is what are they going to do with Kate Scott? Like if she's at the Olympics, is she not calling the Sixers game today? Well, I just during the last break got a actual on-look shot of the woman. She took her glasses off, and I realized that ain't Kate Scott.
Sixers do play tonight.
So for those OG SportsCenter fans will remember Lindsay Zarniak.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Lindsay Zarniak, she's done work on the regional sports networks in Washington, D.C., It's Lindsay Zarniak, but from the side with glasses on, she could have been the spitting image of Kate Scott. But as soon as she turned to face the camera, took the glasses off and looked at the camera, I was like, that ain't Kate Scott. No. I got that wrong, man. It's Lindsay Zarniak.
So it's funny you bring up the height thing, right? A lot of broadcasters, people on television, a lot of them could be short and you don't realize it, right? When they're on television. Yeah. So I got a funny story. I'll make it quick. So a buddy of mine, who I went to college with, also worked with at ESPN Plus over at University of Pennsylvania. We've done broadcasts. He did a bunch of broadcasts over there for a few years. He's now in Connecticut. He's at the University of New Haven.
Okay.
Now. He runs our communications, does broadcasting up there. He went viral. I want to say like 2 years ago. He had to get a step stool when he was doing sideline for Penn basketball. And someone caught a picture from behind of him on the step stool, trying to at least be as close to the player he was interviewing so you could get the microphone up to their mouth. Because they might have been like 6'10" or something like that. But he was Gary, or his name's Gary Erdely. Shout out to him. Hopefully he gets back to him. And I'm not making fun of him, but yes, he used a step stool to interview a player. So this can happen from time to time in broadcast. You got to make do.
There actually is a woman, I forget her name. She does sports broadcasting. She's actually famous for like using her like social media feed to show like when she's on the step stool talking to players. So like she'll do like I forget her name, but like she'll do a split screen where it's like, here's me interviewing the player on the one side, and then someone will film her on the stool from like another angle.
Yes.
Like the videos are hilarious. I forget her name.
Yeah, so someone caught Gary from behind while he was mid-interview, and you could see the step stool. It was hysterical. He had a good laugh about that.
Well, let's get some of these texts here for part of these nuggets. This is like the intermission for the nugget. Then we'll get back
Extended
to the
nugget.
Yeah, 609-403-0973, the Whitehorse RV text board. We got Ray in EHC chiming in, Nick. He goes, I agree A.J. Brown dropping 3 passes in a game is inexcusable. I want to let you guys know, though, he says, Nick, I don't think Joel Embiid is lazy. Ray in EHC says, I think Embiid is cautious about getting hurt again, which causes his game to take a step back at times. He is definitely still a dominant person when healthy, but I only see that he can only match big guys' abilities when he is healthy, says Ray in EHT.
I have no problem with that sentiment, Ray, because listen, Joel, he has to think about it, right? And it's only human to think about when you're hurt, right? Like we've seen him grab at his knee a few times this year already. Like that has happened. It's definitely in the back of his mind. And only a human being can do that, right? So I get it. It does hinder him a little bit, but it doesn't make him lazy. That's my point. It doesn't make Joel lazy. And I think that's where people get misconstrued. Yes, he has to be cautious about the leg. It is what it is, but he's still that good of a player where it's, even if he is cautious and thinking about his leg or his injury, whatever it may be, he's still that dominant where it's like, it's not really much of a drop off at this point, to say the least, when he is healthy. Obviously, when he's hurt, he's not going to be the same player. But no, I think it's a fair assessment, Ray. I can't disagree with you there.
Steven EHC chimes, this is for you, Nick. He says, did Nick just say A.J. Brown is keeping it behind closed doors? If that ain't one of the craziest comments I've ever heard. Come on, Nick, be better, says Steven EHT.
Has he come out like T.O. and been like, I want to be traded? Has he come out and done push-ups in the driveway? No, he hasn't.
No, but if it wasn't for the owner of the team sitting him down, he'd still be posting passive-aggressive comments online.
But it'd be passive-aggressive. Right now, I'm talking about right now, within the past month or two, all you're hearing is reports from Jeremy Fowler, Diana Rossini. They're reporting it. He's not coming out and saying anything. He's being pretty tight-lipped about it. On the past couple of podcasts, he has not really said much about that situation. He has been very positive on Philadelphia. And in the one that came out today, that was a bore of a listen, to say the least. He did not say much on that conversation again. So he's being pretty tight-lipped, to say the least, recently. That I should have been more clear recently.
James from Delaware chimes in the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-0973. He says, guys, I don't think anyone is tuning in the Gronk's podcast expecting groundbreaking journalism or in-depth interviews. That's from James in Delaware. I'll just say really quick, it's not that I'm expecting in-depth. I'm expecting you to not be an idiot. Like, I've watched enough player podcasts to know these guys are capable of asking real questions.
Yes, we've seen it plenty of times. Gronk was drunk the entire podcast. I mean, it's like New Year's when he didn't he Gronk spike his Lego head of himself? Remember that a few years back?
It broke and it hit him back in the face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting groundbreaking, news-breaking, Adam Schefter type news here, but it's something better than that. I mean, if you listen to the pod, you'll understand what me and Josh are talking about. Okay, Josh and I listened to Josh listened to some of the pod. I listened to the entire thing. I was like, you know what? Let me get through this whole thing. It was a rough listen, not his best work. And he's on television for pregame on Fox. So, I mean, come on.
Well, the other thing is I've seen Julian Edelman do other interviews, and he is very,
and they've been really good.
He's really good. So, I think I saw him do an interview with Chris Long, for example.
Yeah.
And it was an hour, and I'm like, this is really good football talk.
Yeah, I'm not expecting much from Gronk, but Julian Edelman will get into X and O's. He'll get into different stories from back when he played, etc. That did not happen on this episode. Trust me, it didn't happen.
By the way, someone just texted in, oh my God, she does look a little bit like Kate Scott with glasses on. About Lindsay Sarniak. and they sent in a picture of her with glasses on to the text board. So
How about that?
That's a good one. Jack Kimmy Courthouse chimed in. He says, Josh, he's like, I love how you think the Philly teams have to tell you the truth, and you're still complaining about the Eagles, and you want answers. He says, I know pro sports are not always going to tell the truth. You want to hear the truth, but they're not going to give you the answers that you want. He goes on to say, I understand what you're saying, though, guys. It's true. These are not professionals at all in these podcasts, these player pods. And you guys being in the media biz, as long as you have, I can see how it makes you cringe listening to them. I can hear it in your voice, says Jackie Gateway Courthouse.
Well, it's like the part of it is like they're not being asked the questions. That's part of it, right? That you want to know. Sometimes they'll brush the question off. They will deflect, whatever, but they're not even being asked the question. And man, I would at least as a listener, not even being in the media, I could take that hat off for a second and just be a listener of the show. It was rough, man. It was rough. Some of these player pods, Mike Gill talks about it all the time. They're rough listens sometimes. You coach them up a little bit. Maybe we can have a more interesting listen. We hear stories from back when they played. Like, God would take me inside the locker room sometimes, Didn't get that on this episode. Now, there's player podcasts out there that I thoroughly enjoy, and they have a co-host. And I'm in, and they tell really good stories, and they have guests and get insightful information. That's what I want as a listener, right? That's what you want to hear. Yeah, it was a rough one.
By the way, another text came in and it says AJ Brown's T.O. moment was the Geico commercial where he's running on the treadmill saying "always open."
They actually addressed that in this podcast. They actually
did.
Brought it up really quick. Yeah, that was about as much as we got out of that.
The only two things I got out of the AJ Brown appearance with Gronk and Edelman was he's reading a new book. He reads more books
Not on the
than
sideline.
Gronk. He reads more book than Gronk. That the commercial took them like 15 takes to actually get it right because they kept making him run for too long on the treadmill.
Yes, and the book is about the let them theory.
Yeah,
if you know what that is.
I do know what it is, but this is a sports talk radio show, and I am not going to get into that because
you don't want to go into philosophical discussions here.
Oh, no. I can, but I'm pretty sure that 75% of the audience will turn on the radio if we do.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you something really quick. For those who don't know, I took a lot of classes in psychology and sociology in college to the point where I have a minor in it just by accident, just by cumulative credits. And I am very well aware of the let them theory.
Yes.
A.J. Brown's explanation of the let them theory tells me he doesn't fully understand the let them theory. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. And the one other thing I thought was interesting, I'll give him this, is when he talked about Vrabel and he was talking about when he played for him early on in Tennessee, and he said he hated Mike Vrabel.
That was
A.J.
funny.
Brown.
That was funny. I'll give you.
He used to write it in. So this is according to A.J. Brown on the Dudes on Dudes podcast with Julian Edelman and Rob Gronkowski. A.J. Brown said when he was in team meetings taking notes, quote unquote, if you're watching on YouTube or X, I'm doing air quotes right now, he would write, I hate Mike Vrabel in his notes every single time.
Instead of taking notes.
Instead of taking the notes for whatever the game plan was for that week. So that was early A.J. Brown. I think he's evolved more so since then, but you still see some of those tendencies at times. Reading on the sideline, going on Twitch streams, right? We still see those type of, stuff that's not, I guess, mature, to say the least.
Yeah. All right, you got any nuggets for us here, left nuggets?
I do have one more nugget for you. I don't know if you saw this. So Eric Rutter, who is a Detroit Pistons reporter, put out a story about Tobias Harris. I don't know if you saw this, Josh. Okay, so according to this interview he did with JB Bickerstaff and Tobias Harris, regarding Tobias Harris, it is being said and reported that Tobias Harris was treated, quote, poorly on the Philadelphia 76ers. And JB Bickerstaff is sticking up for his guy and said, quote, every single day he's the same person, same attitude, consummate professional, willing to teach anyone anything. He's willing to sit with his guys. He's an unbelievable businessman. So, like, people sit with him and just ask him questions about what they do with their money. He's the best. He really is. And according to this article, it's saying he was not treated like that in Philadelphia. And, the people didn't take advantage of him for the most part of what he could provide.
Wow. All right, couple thoughts here. First of all, if he was mistreated in Philadelphia, is the article referring to like the organization or the players or both?
Both.
Okay, see, that's where it's interesting because I remember, so during the bubble, I used to watch Matisse Thybulle's vlogs.
Yeah.
He was in the bubble, and one of the stars of those vlogs was Tobias Harris, and like he would spend a lot of time like helping the young players, making sure they're taken care of. Hey, did you get your this? Did you get your that? You didn't get this? Here, come with me. Let's get it before you go back to your room. Hey, do you need an extra mask? I got an extra mask for you. Like Tobias Harris was legitimately one of the more helpful people I've ever seen in a vlog.
Well, that's he was what doing. Bickerstaff is trying to say, and he said it was puzzling of how Philly would part ways with him.
Yeah, and I do wonder what the reason, right? What the reason is why people mistreated him? Like, was he just a bad fit? Was it someone else signed you that contract, not me kind of thing? Because remember, Daryl Morey didn't sign him that contract. Doc Rivers was not here when they signed into that contract. That was in many ways a Brett Brown decision. So, I wonder what was it a bad attitude because like you're not our guy, we're just stuck with you kind of thing. Very interesting, very interesting nugget there.
Yeah, it's funny that Bickerstaff said that like he was treated so poorly, and he's just got to take a shot at Philadelphia. I'm just confused. Like I'm just confused. Like how is he treated so poorly? He didn't live up to his contract. Like we all know that.
Well, let me ask you a question because I haven't read this. Do you feel like Bickerstaff is inferring that if Tobias was treated better, that he would have played better?
I don't know. I guess that's what you could take away from it. But he's like, it seems like Bickerstaff was just puzzled that Philadelphia would let a guy like that go who would be integral behind the scenes. And according to him, they treated him poorly. So I think he's being a little overreactionary, to be honest. Like, yes, that's part of the business. Players leave places all the time.
Yeah. Tobias Harris is a good fit for a team like Detroit that doesn't need him to be one of the best players on the team. They just need him to be a role player. He's a very good fit for that. The problem in Philadelphia was they needed him to be more, and he never could be more. If he would have been more, they could have won more playoff series.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
It's if he was better offensively, if he could hit a big shot, I felt like in Philadelphia, he didn't give all that great of an effort all the time. Like on defense, sometimes, all right, he was good. Like he could handle some of the big time players on defensively. But remember, his final game as a 76er, he scored 0 goose egg. So I don't want to hear he was treated poorly by Philadelphia. All right, let's relax. He was given every opportunity. He started. He got a big time contract. And he lived up to it.
Really quick, that reminds me of when I was at the Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism this past Saturday, which, by the way, record turnout. If you didn't see the article, go to 973 ESPN.com. There was actually a guy who wanted to talk to me while I was on the radio. And shout out to Shelby, who was helping me out. She kind of was like a human shield. The guy wanted to talk to me, Nick, because he was mad about, he says, we mistreated Nick Castellanos, and we didn't, we didn't, we put him in a bad spot. And I'm like, who's we, first of all? But second of all, shout out to Shelby. I mean, this guy literally opened up his phone and showed Shelby that he had Nick Castellanos' number. And she told me that she told him, she's like, and what am I supposed to do with that information? Like,
call him and let him know he didn't play well here. You call and FaceTime him and say, hey, Nick, you didn't play good enough here, okay? You weren't good enough. You didn't live up to that contract either. So how about that, Nick?
It's radio, man. It's
Gotta love.
always interesting.
Well, that was fun, Josh. A little extended nugget with you. That was a good time.
All right, Nick Earnshaw. We'll see you tomorrow here on 97.3 ESPN. Enjoy Sixers tonight. Sixers.
I know. I'm gonna relax, enjoy myself, watch a little Sixers, and have a good night, hopefully, and see a W.
Good for you, man. Nick
All right,
Earnshaw.
man.
Extended nuggets here on 97.3 ESPN. Keep a text coming in on the Whitehorse RV text board at 609-403-097. Coming up next, we will look at the state of U.S. hockey. The women won the gold medal today. The men are playing in the semifinals tomorrow. We'll get all the insights from 97.3 ESPN.com Flyers insider Kevin Durso joining me next on 97.3 ESPN FM. The 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank Seattle City. We are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Some good, healthy rain moving in over the next 24 hours. Total rainfall about a half inch, give or take. Rain showers develop over South Jersey this evening, followed by a bigger push of rain closer to daybreak, low of 39. Steady rain is likely from morning through midday tomorrow, trending drier in the afternoon, high of 48. A mix of clouds and sun on Saturday with a slight chance of a shower, high of 50. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig back here on 97.3 ESPN, hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. Earlier today, you heard me talk about it here on 97.3 ESPN, how the U.S. Women's Olympic team went to overtime, come from behind, actually. They were down 1-0. They tied the game. They go to overtime, and then they get the goal that won them the gold. So can the men follow up on the women's gold medal efforts? Well, we'll ask Kevin Durso, who's been closely following the Winter Olympics hockey action. Check out all of his coverage over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Kevin, welcome in. How you doing today?
Doing well, Josh. How are you?
Well, I'm doing better than the Canadian goaltender. I was saying earlier, Kevin, that I do feel a little bad for her because the way that goal trickled in, she's going to have nightmares about the rest of her life. Like, she's going to be, like, waking up in, like, a cold sweat at, like, 3 in the morning thinking about how she let that goal in. Like, I mean, it's one thing to get, like, a sniper shot past you or, like, some, like, nice little, like, whip around or something. But to let that trickle in, like, she's got to be gut-wrenched.
Well, it's two people then, because it's the goaltender, but it's also the defenseman who gets beat on the move. You saw the reaction immediately. Her head goes down. The defenseman on that was Claire Thompson for Canada, as Megan Keller just makes a brilliant move to the middle of the ice and gets that backhand off before anybody can do anything about it. And that's the golden goal. We've seen it. We've seen this happen in other circumstances where it goes against the United States. In this case, they cap it off and get the gold.
When you think about, because obviously women's hockey is viewed a little differently than men's hockey, right? Mm-hmm. And so, for the women, there's a lot of people who are excited. They're like, go USA. But like, if the women, if it was not USA versus Canada, right? Is anybody watching that game? Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but like, I feel like we care more about like soccer, for example. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like U.S. women's soccer is cared more about than, let's say, like, Japan women's soccer. Like, I feel like, for women's sports, North America is still like the hotbed versus other countries.
Sure. And to me, that's why the two signature matchups of the women's tournament were both times that the U.S. and Canada played each other. That was in preliminaries. That was kind of what sets the bar for what was to come today. And then you're just waiting for exactly what today was. The only thing to me that was interesting about that was that Canada kind of got a scare from Switzerland in the semifinals leading into this game. So you kind of felt like, who knows what can happen? Maybe there's somebody out there, a different team out there that can emerge in this, but it's been typically, that this is now 8 different times that they've had women's hockey in the Winter Olympics over the years since 1998. And it's been US, Canada in 7 of them. So tells you all you need to know. But, for me, watching this whole thing at this point, I don't know that we've ever seen a better U.S. women's hockey team than this one. This is probably as good as it gets to this point. I put it out there before the third period. You come into the game, you've outscored your opponents 31-1 in the whole tournament through 6 games. And in the 7th game of the tournament that you're in now, you're down 1-0 on a shorthanded goal. You might actually go through this whole thing outscoring your opponents 31-2 and still somehow get silver. So instead, you cap this off with the gold medal. You end up outscoring opponents 33-2, and it's true immortality for a team like this, that you pulled this off the way that you did. You didn't lose a game, obviously, and you only gave up 2 goals in the process. We may never see anything better than that.
Well, speaking of seeing, is the fact that a lot of people watch today's game, but apparently, Kevin, a lot of people watched yesterday's game too. I see the announcement here that yesterday's U.S. men's hockey game, when they went to overtime, it was the most watched game since 2010 for a game, yesterday and today's game. So we got 2 straight days of record viewership for the hockey. Before we get into the particulars, what does that say to you, Kevin, that we're getting this level of interest from people watching?
Well, there's still an element to me, and especially in the Winter Olympics, as compared to some of the other, like the summer games, I would say basketball has a chance to dominate because you get name recognition from the basketball programs. And when USA sends a basketball team to the Summer Olympics, you're going to get superstars who play. And then there's the international aspect of that. The same thing happens with the men's hockey tournament in this case, and the women's tournament with US Canada in particular. Now that there is a professional women's hockey league out there too, there's familiarity with these athletes. You start to see them all over the place, and you see them in different capacities. You see them, Hillary Knight's not just the captain of the U.S. women's team. She's done TV work for NHL games in the past. So there's some recognition there. And then obviously with the NHL sending players back this year, that's why you have to go back to 2010, honestly, because in 2014, it wasn't the U.S. that dominated that by any stretch. So Canada didn't play the U.S. in the gold medal game. So I'm sure viewership was down because of that. So you got to go back to that U.S.-Canada matchup. It's why Four Nations last year was so successful, that you got that result, you got that game, and set the stage for hopefully what's to come in a couple of days, because that's where it's trending towards. You saw this lineup for the women's side with, well, the top 2 teams are the U.S. and Canada, so it seems like we're going to get that in the gold medal game, and we did. And now you look at the other side with the men's tournament, and it's U.S.-Canada are 1 and 2 again. Canada's the 1 seed, U.S. is the 2 seed on the men's side. So if everything goes according to the way that everybody kind of expects it to, you're going to get that U.S.-Canada matchup again for the gold medal on the men's side, just like you did on the women's side. And it's sure to spark a lot of viewership, because we know the phenomenon that hockey is in Canada. It's practically religion there. People go crazy for it. And I think when you get this element of it, when you get the representation of your country behind it and everybody's on the same team, as opposed to, who cares that it's the Kachuk brothers play for 2 different teams and all the Hughes brothers play for different teams and Austin Matthews plays for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Who cares about that? When they put on a Team USA jersey, everybody's rooting for them the same way that it doesn't matter who they play for Team Canada, from Team Canada. It doesn't matter if you're talking about Nathan McKinnon on Colorado, Sidney Crosby on Pittsburgh, or Connor McDavid for Edmonton. They all represent the same team as well.
Totally Kevin Durst, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Check out all of his coverage of the Winter Olympic hockey games over at 97.3 ESPN.com. So let's get to the men here. Obviously, they get the big win yesterday, and now they're going to play tomorrow in the semifinal. If they win tomorrow, they'll be playing on Sunday morning Eastern time, for those who are wondering what the schedule is. But what's more important is, are you, Kevin, surprised at all that they are in the semifinal, and what are their chances of making it to the final?
Yeah, I'm not surprised they're in the semifinal. That was probably to be expected. I feel like a lot of people going back to Four Nations, or even just going back as far as the last time the NHL was participating in the Olympics, you tend to put the U.S. and Canada together. So the U.S. being potentially, in play for a medal of any kind is not surprising. It shouldn't be. To me, the one thing that, the answer to your other question is really to be determined, because everybody over the course of the quarterfinal, with the exception of the team that the U.S. happens to be playing, Slovakia, they were the one team that went through the quarterfinal without really much of a scare. They won their game 6-2, and everybody else had to go to overtime to get there. So everybody had a little bit of a scare with whatever it may be. Canada is losing 3-2 with under 8 minutes to play after dominating the preliminary round, and they find a way to win in overtime. The U.S. is leading 1-0 for pretty much half the game and give up the tying goal with under a minute and a half to go, and they find a way to win in overtime. So it's really up for grabs here. And to be honest with you, Canada came in dominating the preliminary round, and everybody else was almost on an even playing field. There was not another team that's in this thing that felt like they could really reach Canada's level based on preliminaries. And now you see what happened in their game against the Czechs, that they really had to fight off a possible upset there. Now I think everybody's fair game. I think you're going to get two really great semifinal matchups here where, U.S. Slovakia. Slovakia's kind of been the upstart team of this whole thing. I don't think anybody really had them in this portion of the tournament. And then Canada, Finland is a really strong matchup for considering at this point that's a 1-4 matchup in terms of seeding. That's a really strong 1-4. I think a lot of people would have not been surprised if you would have said Finland was the number 3 right behind Canada and the U.S. And instead, that's a 1-4. Canada's going to have to go against a team that's probably actually has the edge in goaltending compared to a lot of the other positions. Canada's loaded it forward, obviously, and there is still, for Canada, there's still that lingering question about whether or not Sidney Crosby plays tomorrow. That's still up in the air, and that's where the U.S. can potentially take advantage. They have all of their pieces in place. They've kind of gotten by without, really putting, the scores kind of say that it looks like they dominated. I don't think they truly have yet. And so I'm curious to see and they may never at this point. They may just have to gut it out a lot. You're down to the final 4 teams in this thing. You might just have to gut your way to a gold medal if you want to be like the U.S. women's team that gets a gold medal and gets to come home with that. So can I see them making the gold medal game? Absolutely. I think that's what's expected, but I'm not going to be surprised if it goes the other way, because now you're down to those 4 teams that are left that anything really could happen.
You mentioned about goaltending. Let's back up that for a second, because one of the reasons why the game was so close yesterday was because Markstrom made some amazing saves at times in that game, and by the end it was almost like, man, if he got a little more help, right? Maybe the U.S. doesn't win that game. But is the goaltending for the U.S. good enough? Is Hellebuyck, is he going to be good enough at this level? Because that's been the question in the NHL, right? Is like, hey, he can win Vezina trophies, but can he win a championship? So now we can kind of like roll that, narrative into the Olympics, right?
Certainly. And it becomes even more of a loaded question when you consider what happened in preliminaries. I was very critical of this decision when they had to split them up. Every team really in the preliminaries had a back-to-back somewhere in there. And when the U.S. was faced with their back-to-back in preliminaries, they started Jeremy Swayman in one of the games, but dressed Hellebuyck as the backup when you're carrying 3 goalies to begin with. Swayman didn't have it that day. And as you're going through, whether it's after the first period, after the second period, you had no choice but to ride it out because you wanted Hellebuyck for the next day, because if you didn't win that game, you certainly needed that game. And if you wanted any shot at the top seed, you needed Hellebuyck to play in the final game of preliminaries. And you got Jake Ottinger just sitting there minding his business. He's not going to dress for any of these games. He's just there to get it's like getting a participation trophy practically at that point. Like, you're just here, but that was the opportunity to have him on the bench just in case, because you never know, right? You just never know when a goalie's going to have it or not. USA came in really with one of the better goaltending trios of this thing. That's where Canada was getting a lot of questions. Was their goaltending? Is Binnington going to be the stud that he's been in the playoffs sometimes, or is he going to be the other way around? Because he runs very hot and cold, and there were questions about whether or not it even should have been Binnington to start. They have Logan Thompson, who's been backing up, and there was a thought maybe it should be him who got the starting nod. It didn't really ever come to that. Binnington's been the guy for them, and he's going to continue to be the guy. Hellebuck's going to have to be that guy for Team USA, whether he likes it or not, and I'm sure he does as a Vezina winner and a Hart Trophy winner at that. You want the spotlight. You're going to have to want the spotlight in this situation, because it's very likely going to come down to goaltending. You saw it today on the women's side that was a goaltending duel, more or less. Anything happens otherwise, the result's different. So the way that played out, it turned out to be more of a goaltending duel than a high scoring game. The women on the U.S. side had averaged over 5 goals a game coming in, and it only took 2 to win a game. And that's all they were going to really be able to get because of how well goaltending was on both sides. So you need that to replicate on the men's side, that Hellebuyck needs to be the guy and first against Slovakia first and foremost, and then you're going to come back with it 2 days later and need the same thing in the gold medal game. presumably against Canada. And, we saw it last year when it came down to it, when Canada needed a great performance in that final in Four Nations to win. And Binnington gave it to him. So it's in there. He's capable. So you need your guy to be just as good.
Yeah, and that I saw an article today about how Binnington, he only plays well in big moments. Like it was the joke in the article I read this morning. I forget. I think it was on The Athletic, but it was like I think the title was like why is Jordan Binnington only good when the pressure is on, kind of thing. And it's like, but it's kind of true. It's like the guy wins the Stanley Cup, he helps you win Four Nations, but if it's like a Tuesday in December, he'll let through 5 goals. It's the strangest thing in the world.
Yeah.
By the way, when you were mentioning about the U.S. backup goaltender just sitting there, right? It reminded me. Did you watch the Netflix documentary about the 1980 hockey team?
Yeah, I did.
And remember the backup goaltender? They're interviewing him from that team, and he's like, I knew I wasn't coming in for Jim. He's like, I was just there just in case. He's like, nobody wants me to go in to play this game,
Right.
So when you were saying that about Ottinger, I was thinking about the guy in the documentary being like, nobody knows who I am.
But what's interesting about that is that in 1980, that's probably a totally different scenario. You have your guy, and the NHL was like that too. You have your guy, you just stick with it no matter how long. The way that the NHL treats goaltenders, you got NHL coaches behind the bench here that do change goaltenders pretty frequently. Some guys have really quick hooks when a guy doesn't have it, and guys usually don't. The back-to-back thing, they don't like starting the same guy in a back-to-back, and in this particular situation where most NHL rosters aren't carrying 3 goalies, you had a built-in reason to give Hellebuck an entire day off and not even have to worry about that possibility. And I really think that was, I had said it's really malpractice on the part of Mike Sullivan and coaching staff there to not have that situation prepared, to be prepared for the possibility that your second guy may not be good enough in that particular day. You have a third guy. Take the number 1 out for one day if you don't plan to play him, and your whole game plan is to have him play the next day.
Well, you kind of led me to my final question I had for you, Kevin, which is, we've been talking about how these are NHL players, NHL coaches. Who is the NHL player or coach who you believe has had the biggest impact on these Olympics in terms of if that country didn't have this player or this coach, how different things could it be?
That's an interesting one, because on one hand, I could give you an answer about Canada's side, because if you don't have, first of all, the game changed a lot when Sidney Crosby wasn't playing. So there's one influence right there. They're a team that has Connor McDavid pretty much as the backup captain, if you will. If Crosby's not able, it's an interesting element to international hockey, by the way. If Crosby's not able to play, they have to put the C on somebody else. And it must be nice to look down your bench and go, hey, I don't know if I have the best captain of the last 20 years. So I have the second best and the third best, probably. Or actually, McKinnon's not even a captain in Colorado, but he could be. You could make the argument that he could be just about anywhere else. So you have that. I think there's an element to, a lot of people said that there was a lot of reporting out there after that game was over that when Crosby wasn't able to finish the game, John Cooper was in the room before the third period as the head coach saying, don't let this be Sidney Crosby's last Olympic game. And it's really funny to me because I felt the parallels of that watching the women's game today, because you need 1 goal to tie the game. You possibly are going to lose gold on the women's side. And who gets it? Your captain does. Who's playing in her 5th and final Olympic games? Of course it's her, because and similarly, if Crosby were to play in a situation like this, if Crosby scored a golden goal again, and it's possibly his last Olympic games, would anybody be shocked? He's been one of the most clutch players over the last 2 decades. So it lines up that way. But I wonder if John Cooper kind of has an edge in that too, that he influences his team. He's just the coach who pushes all the right buttons and makes all the right decisions. It's an interesting question, because I'm trying to figure out the parallel for the U.S. side, and goaltending's a big part of it. But I really wonder if at this point, the lifeblood of that team for the most part are the Tkachuk brothers. They really are the two that drive everything. But there's a lot of discounting going on for Austin Matthews, that he might not be as good as people think he is, or why is he the captain or whatever. There's interesting dynamics that go into a room when you pick a captain, or when you have a guy who's your captain. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the guy who puts up the most points or who is the best player even on the team, or who is, in this case, certainly not the guy who's won the most Stanley Cups in that room, because if that was the case, you'd be turning to the guy who's won back-to-back cups in Matthew Tkachuk. That's an easy decision. But Austin Matthews is that guy, because I think that there's people who just look to him for all the reasons. First overall pick, a top goal scorer in the league, typically a guy that they seem to rally around. And he's done his part pretty well for the most part, all things considered. I know there's people out there who may not believe that, but he's been one of the better players on that team. And I wonder if that's where this goes. You have a lot of situations where, same thing with Quinn Hughes. Quinn Hughes is a follow the leader kind of guy for USA right now. And he wasn't there's a lot of people who are pointing out he wasn't part of the Four Nations roster last year. So imagine what would have happened if that was your number one guy that you can throw out there in an overtime. They played in overtime last year in Four Nations, and U.S. did not win in that case. Could it be different because you have certain pieces that maybe make a difference? So there's a lot of X factors in there that go into it. I can only hope that after tomorrow's action is over, we're talking about the same matchup, that it's another U.S.-Canada gold medal game on tap, and that everybody would hope for a different result, obviously, because there were a lot of eyes. We talked almost a year ago to the day, Josh, about how many eyes were on Four Nations. And I was telling you then, this is what it's setting up. Everybody now wants to see USA Canada for the gold on the men's side, because you set it up this way. The stage was set for not just those two nations, but that the NHL players were going to be involved. And you might be able to get that situation again. You just hope that it comes out the other way, because there certainly was that feeling with the women's side that felt like this was their time. Not to pull a quote from the movie Miracle, it really felt like it was their time though. And you hope that the same thing happens for the U.S. men, that it might be their time, because it's certainly, over the years it's advanced that they are one of the top teams that are able to show up, especially when you can bring the NHL players. Canada's loaded, but everything is on the table, and you just hope for the different result.
He's Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider from 973ESPN.com. Check out all of his Olympic hockey coverage right now on the website. Give him a follow on the X platform at Kevin_Durso. And they joined us right here on the Sports Bash on 973 ESPN. Great stuff today, Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 973 ESPN. We might hear from Kevin again. The Flyers are back next week. That's right. Flyers return to the ice next week. Hear the games right here on 973 ESPN. We are home for the Eagles, Sixers, Flyers, college basketball, and more. Coming up, we'll wrap up the final segment of the final hour for the Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. 973 ESPN FM, the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And we are streaming live on YouTube and X at 973 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Rounding up the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. Another busy show. I do want to say a quick thank you to everyone who has been texting in, joining the conversation this week. I know a couple of you have acknowledged it on the text board, and I appreciate those of you who have. Hosting, producing, board opping, doing everything I'm doing by myself without, Mike Gill or anybody else in the studio is always it's always a challenge. We're streaming live on YouTube and X the screen's right here, but the machine's to over here. But I do want to say thank you to everyone who's acknowledged that, you hear and see all the work that I'm doing. And I do want to say I see you appreciating me, and I appreciate you appreciating me. We're all just appreciating each other at this point. No, but seriously, I do want to thank all of you who have tuned in this week. It's been a busy, busy week, and I'm excited for tomorrow's show here on 97.3 ESPN, because tomorrow we will be joined by undefeated Atlantic City boxer Justin Figueroa. He will join me tomorrow to look ahead to his next fight on Saturday, March 7th, the Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City, presented by Boxing Insider Promotions. Also tomorrow, we will be joined by NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson, as well as our regular segments with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, as well as Adam Kaplan for Football at 4. From today's show, thank you to Kevin Durso for joining us to talk about Olympic hockey. Thanks to Nick Earnshaw for the extended segment. Thanks to Andrew DeCecco for joining us. Thanks to Paul Hudrick. Thanks to Drew Hanlon for all those bites that we got from that podcast. And thanks to all of you for listening on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City, and everyone tuned in watching on YouTube and X at 97.3 ESPN. I'm Josh Hennig. Have a great night. Catch you tomorrow for Happy Hour Friday.